All right, if you're in flight 1 of squats, can you please come up here and give us your rack height just for flight 1 right now? That way I don't get overwhelmed. I had sunglasses, I can't remember what.
Okay. Yes.
Just wait in line right there for flight 1.
Me too. However,
You're going to have to ask Paul. I don't have any of them. You have to ask him.
No, you can't. No, listen. I'm a false too. That's the official. I've benched like that since I was in college. I benched like that since college. And I'm continuing to bench.
They might be posted already. Flight 1 squats, can you please come up to the table to give us your rack heights? Oh, you're figuring it out. Okay, as soon as you know, come up here. We'll just do it that way. As soon as you know your rack height, come up to the table no matter what flight you're in. What, you're in flight 1?
I don't have yours already? No. Yeah. No.
All right, thank you.
Hello. No, it's okay. Originally, that was the change. They changed it, but I'm not going to force it this way. Oh, they did change it? Yeah, I'm not going to. In fact, I need to. Hey, Tim. I'm not going to force it.
John Wright? Okay, you're in flight 2. What's your 14?
I'm not going to force it. I know, but go ahead.
14. All right, got it. Hey, Andrew, can you ask Danny if he has a pencil sharpener?
I have to talk to Paul Boston. I can't make it. I know.
Are you doing all of it? Are you doing?
Danny's
So
a big deal, buddy. Does it say that now? It does, and I got to talk to Paul Bossy. I just realized that, and I got to talk to Paul about that. I think it's a bullshit rule.
If somebody's doing, okay, if he's doing curl and bench, would he have 2 separate sheets then?
Yes.
1 curl only, 1 bench only? Okay. He has 2 sheets.
What's the problem?
We're just.
Oh, you don't need that. They'll adjust it when you get up there. We don't take rack heights for bench.
Give me 15 minutes and then we'll get
Are you in flight 1? What flight are you in? Go look. What flight are you in?
I'm working on the last one
Go look. Yeah, I just changed it. I said as soon as you know, they're all testing it right now.
Yeah, there's only like 4 people, so I have to kind of take it easy in that first flight. That's just the way it shook out.
My back hurts so bad. Actually, I had a really hard time sleeping, so my back hurt.
For what? You're not on any of them?
What's your name, sir? What do you weigh? What do you weigh?
A full power squat. Full power. That's not putting him in there somehow.
Yeah, I'm seeing if it's in here.
Somehow you didn't get on with us.
I just wasn't up on any of the deadlift fights.
Say the name again.
Yeah, I'm working on that right now.
I don't see it. Okay, go ahead and bring up your sheet.
Squat.
What flight are you in?
Who am I doing this for? This one?
Yeah, where'd he go?
Kenya?
Yeah, I need his information.
You got me ready. Yes,
He's got it, so hold on.
No. The guy that was here that wasn't on the squat.
He said he's getting the sheet. Oh, okay. Perfect, thank you.
Oh, that's why we didn't have it. See, I had to have this back. I couldn't put you in a flight without it. Huh? I'm going to try to.
No, it's 10:02.
No wonder I didn't have him. I didn't have his sheet.
You have flight 2, and he needs to give the rack height for flight 2. So when you have a chance. I don't know your name. What is it?
Do you have a team roster for him?
Let me do this.
Just asking.
Jacob? Okay, and what was your
Oh yeah, they're in there
17?
somewhere.
All right. Can we get his rack height real quick? No, we cannot get your rack height right back.
I can only do one thing at a time.
Chloe, can I have a drink of water just so I don't knock it over?
Oh, yeah, sure, definitely.
Thank you. What flight are you in? Oh, let's actually switch places.
He didn't give me
What's your name?
I'm not sure he meant
Wow.
someone.
All right, Zach. Yeah, it looks like you're the fourth flight. Uh-huh. That's me. You're Dirk, right? Yeah, I didn't see your name. You sure you're in flight 3? What's your weight? Did you turn this paper back in? Okay, I'm wondering if you're in flight 2. And this guy, and we'll see if you're in flight 2. Okay, flight 2, you gotta wait right here. Where is it? Oh, it's in the back, all the way in the back. What flight? What flight are you in? You're gonna have to wait in this line.
Jean Plum to the head table, please. Jean Plum, report to the head table.
All right, lifters, everybody who is in the curling, please go to the curling area. That would be platform 2. Why I have this mic open for our lifters, I'm trying to do things a little more streamlined today. If you look on the red poles, you'll see 2 pieces of colored paper. You don't really need to worry about the platform numbers. But up there, if you after you do your lift, when you come to the table, find the same color, and that's the line that you're going to go in to give us your next number. And also behind us, we put what flight we're on and what attempt we're on, so you guys can see where we're at. So again, curlers, you need to go to the curling platform. Thank you. The yellow one.
All right, listen up, lifters. We're going to start here in about 10 to 15 minutes. Make sure everybody's got a good warm-up. Also, I don't know if it was briefed in the rules brief, but all lifters, listen up for a second. This meet is an AAU World Qualifier. Even though it's a raw meet, this is an AAU World Qualifier in Las Vegas. So if you want to go to the AAU Worlds, you'll be able to use this total to qualify. I will, so you'll have it.
That's on, isn't it? You like it? All right, we're going to start with curls at platform 2. That's the one with the yellow sign. We are going to start with Sarah Gilliard, and that's going to be at 17.5. On deck is going to be Jean Lawrence. In the hole, William Delorney. Again, if I'm saying your last name wrong, please correct me. Thank you. Platform 1 is ready to go. That would be the squats. Up first, we have rack height 9 for Aaron Maddox. And we're going to do 125, 125. And that was a great lift or a great curl for Sarah. Nice job. Up next for curl, we have Jean Lawrence at 32.5, 32.5. On deck, William Delorney. I didn't hear it. Okay. In the hole, we have Dan Morgan. For squats, we have rack height 9, Aaron Maddox at 125. On deck for squats, Richard Hogan. In the hole, Michael Morales. If you heard your name, just go line up over there.
Hey, Jim, you know how to adjust the uprights too, right? You know how to adjust the uprights in and out? Some of the big guys.
And we cannot see at the judges table. That was a good curl. Nice job. All right, up next we have William Delorney at 40. On deck for curl, we have Dan Morgan. In the hole, Everett Brill. Thank you.
What's going on? Oh, they're playing with the rack. See, the little guys and the girls, they always take it inside. But some of the really big guys, they like the rack to come in so they can grasp outside.
Oh, outside of the.
Right.
Okay, so they're
the
messing
rack's
around.
actually adjust in.
Okay. He's the. Yeah, the motivator.
By the way, this is on the stage.
Okay, well, we will say that. And that was a good curl by William. All right, up next on curl, we have Dan Morgan at 45.45. On deck for curl, we have Everett Brill. In the hole, we have the motivator. You guys want it? All right, so for squats, we have rack height 9 for Aaron Maddox at 125, 125. On deck for squats, we have Richard Hogan. In the hole, we have Michael Morales. And that was a successful curl. Nice job. Up next for curl, we have Everett Brill at 47.5, 47.5. On deck, we have the motivator. In the hole, we have Grant Heller. The weight is 125 for squats for Aaron Maddox at rack height 9. I'm pretty sure I said that a lot, right? Okay, I'm just making sure.
I
cannot
see. Younger judges.
I cannot see. And that was a great curl by Everett. Nice job. Up next, we have the motivator at 47.5. And it looks like this is going to go for a state record. On deck for curl, we have Grant Heller. In the hole, we have Thomas Sharp. We've got Aaron up on squat. And that was a great curl by the motivator.
Hey, gentlemen, don't stand in front of the table, please. We can't see.
All right, up next on curl, we have Grant Heller at 52.5. That was a great squat for Aaron. Nice job. Rack height for Richard Hogan is 15 at 135, 135. Grant Heller for curl is at 52.5, 52.5. On deck for curl, we have Thomas Sharp. In the hole, we have Garrison Cobb. Looks like Iron Man. Oh, that's not a nickname. Sorry. I think he's up there. All right, on squat, we have Richard Hogan. He's going for 135. That was a successful curl by Grant. Nice job. Up next on curl, we have Thomas Sharp at 57.5, 57.5. On deck, we have Garrison Cobb. In the hole, and in the hole for curl, we have Glenn. I cannot read your last name, Glenn. I apologize. To know. And that was a great squat for Richard. Nice job. Up next on squat for rack height 10, we have Michael Morales at 150, 150. On deck for squat, we have David Calivas. In the hole, we have Ryan Rigger. Just a reminder, please don't stand in front of this table because we can't see. Thank you. Did he go? For Garrison Cobb, we're at 57.5, 57.5. On deck for curl. On deck for curl, we have Glenn Trenove. In the hole, we have Sarah Gillett. She's going to start our second. Gillot. And that was a good curl by Garrison. Nice job. Up next for curl, we have Glenn Trenove at 65, 65. That was at rack height 9, we have David Calivas at 155, 155. On deck for squat, we have Ryan Rigger. In the hole, we have Joel Garcia. I cannot see. Glenn Trenove is on curl at 65.
Yeah, put them up here, they hang out here.
Yeah, he's still going. And that was a successful curl for Glenn. Nice job. Up next, this is 20-2-0. On deck for curl, we have Gene Lawrence. In the hole, we have William Delorney. I missed. Was that good? That was not a good lift by David. All right, up next for rack height 12, we have Ryan Rigger at 167.5. On deck for squat, we have Joel Garcia. In the hole, we have Jeremy Travis. And that was a good curl by Sarah. Nice job. Up next for curl, we have Gene Lawrence at 40.40. That was good.
Ryan, Joel, and then Jeremy.
Is he next?
Go for it now?
On deck for curl, we have William Delorney. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. In the hole, we have Dan Morgan. And that was a great lift for Ryan. Nice job. Up next for squat, we have rack height 17 for Joel Garcia at 172.5. 170. Paul Leonard. Up on curl, we have William Delarney at 45. This is for curl, 4-5. On deck for curl, we have Dan Morgan, and in the hole, we have the motivator. And that was a great curl for William. Nice job. Up next for curl, we have Dan Morgan at 52.5, 52.5. On deck for curl, the motivator. In the hole, Grant Heller. And nice job, Joel. Good lift. All right, up next for squat at rack height 15, we have Jeremy Travis at 172.5, 172.5. On deck for squat, we have Paul Leonard. In the hole, we have Branton Varner. Was that good? That was a good curl. Nice job. Up next, keep the bar the same at 52.5 for the motivator. On deck for curl, we have Grant Heller. In the hole, we have Everett Brill. And that was a good curl for the motivator. Nice job. Up next on curl, we have Grant Heller at 57.5, 57.5, and that was a good squat for Jeremy. Nice job. Next on squat at rack height 13N, we have 205, 205, rack height 13N. Okay, up on curl, we have Grant Heller at 57.5, 57.5. On deck for curl, we have Everett Brill. And in the hole, we have Garrison Cobb. On deck for squat, after Paul, we have Branton Varner. And in the hole, we have Aaron Maddox.
That starts round 2.
Yeah, so I'll make sure to tell Andrew, he's been up there changing. All right, up next, we have Everett Brill for curl at 66.0. On deck for curl, Garrison Cobb. In the hole, we have Thomas Sharp. And that was a good squat for Paul. Nice job. Up next, at rack height 12, we have Branton Varner at 207.5, 207.5. On deck for squat, we have Aaron Maddox. In the hole, Richard Hogan. Aaron's going to be starting the second attempt of the first flight. Up now on curl, we have Garrison Cobb at 60.0. On deck for curl, we have Thomas Sharp. In the hole, we have Glenn Chernov. And that looked like it was a good curl for Garrison. Nice job. All right, up next, we have Thomas Sharp for curl at 68.5, 68.5. On deck, we have Glenn Chernov. In the hole, we have Sarah Gillett. And that was a good squat for Brent, and nice job. Up next, we're going to be starting the second attempt for our first flight of squat. Rack height 9 for Aaron Maddox at 130, 130. On deck, Richard Hogan for squat. In the hole, we have Michael Morales. Trying to keep it going. You got, and again, I cannot be paying attention to this. Hey guys, can we move? Guys.
Excuse me, please.
Thank you.
Warner, where are you?
And that was a nice try for Thomas, but that was a good squat for Aaron. Nice job. Up next for squat on rack height 15, we have Richard Hogan at 142.5, 142.5. Up now, we have Glenn Chernow for curl at 75.75, going for a world record. On deck for curl, we have Sarah Gillett. In the hole, we have Jean Lawrence. After Richard on squat, we have Michael Morales, and in the hole, we have David Calivas. For curl for Glenn, we have 75.75. This is going for a world record for curl. For squat, we have Richard Hogan at 142.5. He's coming. Up next after Richard is Michael Morales, and the hole is David Calivas. And that was a nice attempt by Richard. All right, up next, rack height 10 for squat. We have Mike. Okay, we're holding on squats. I said it was a nice try. No, I'm sorry. It was a nice try. You did not get the lift. All right, up next on squat, rack height 10, we have Michael Morales at 162.5, 162.5. On deck for squat, we have David Calivas. In the hole, we have Ryan Rigger. Up now on curl, this is for the third attempt. We have Sarah Gillett at 25.5, 25.5. This is going for a world record. The weight for the squat is 162.5, rack height 10 for Michael Morales. Are the colors helping at all? Just, are you guys even noticing them? The colors, like, I have it color coded, so you guys know where to go. Is that helping? Probably not. You didn't even notice, did you?
No, you're just disputing against something. Like judging.
Are you squat or curling? You're Thomas? Sorry, what was it again?
Come on, Sarah. Hold it up.
And that was a nice try for Sarah. All right, up next on curl, we have Jean Lawrence at 43.5, 43.5. That was a good squat for Michael. Nice job. Up next for squat, rack height 9, we have David Calivas at 170, 170 for squat. On deck, we have Ryan Rigger for squat. In the hole, we have Jeremy Travis. For curl, Jean Lawrence is going at 43.5. On deck, we have William Delorney. In the hole, we have Dan Morgan. For curl, we're at 43.5. 43.5. This is for Jean Lawrence. You just don't listen. You said it 3 times. And that was a nice try for David. But that was a successful lift for Jean. All right, nice job. Up next on squat, rack height 12, we have Ryan Rigger at 182.5, 182.5. Up now for curl, we have William Delorney at in the hole, we have the motivator. Up now for squat, we have Ryan Rigger. On deck, Jeremy Travis. In the hole, Joel Garcia. Oh, is that not changed? I'm sorry. Sorry, I guess I didn't mention that. Unsuccessful. And that was a nice try for the curls. All right, up next on curl, we have Dan Morgan at 55.55. On deck for curl, we have the motivator, and in the hole, we have Grant Heller. And judges like that lift from Ryan. Nice job. Up next on squat at rack height 15, we have Jeremy Travis at 182.5, 182.5. On deck for squat, we have Joel Garcia. In the hole, we have Branton Varner. And that was a good curl for Dan. Nice job. Up next on curl, we have the motivator, also at 55.55. This is going for another state record. On deck for curl, we have Grant Heller. In the hole, Everett Brill. We are on the third attempt for curls. And that was a great squat and a great curl. I feel motivated to go curl now. Nice job. All right, up next on curls, we have Grant Heller at 60.60. On deck, Everett Brill. In the hole, Garrison Cobb. Up now for squat, rack height 17. We have Joel Garcia at 187.5, 187.5. On deck for squat, Branton Varner. In the hole, don't forget the snack bar is open. We have lots of people up there to help you. Go get some yummy food. And that was a good curl by Grant. Nice job. Up next for curl, Everett Brill at 67.5, 67.5. On deck, Garrison Cobb. In the hole, Thomas Sharp. And he made that look easy. Nice job, Joel. Up next for squat at rack height 12, we have Branton Varner at 215, 215. That was a nice attempt for Everett on curl. Up now on curl, Garrison Cobb at 67.5, 67.5. On deck for curl, we have Thomas Sharp. In the hole, Sarah Gillett. Did I say that right, Gillett? Okay. Branton Varner's up now for squat. On deck for squat, Paul Leonard. In the hole, Aaron Maddox. Aaron will be starting the third attempts. And that was a good curl. Nice job. Up next, we have Thomas Sharp at 67.5, so the bar should be the same. On deck for a fourth attempt for curl, Sarah Gillett.
Sarah.
And that was a nice attempt by Thomas, but that was a great lift by Branton. Nice job. All right, up. That was a good lift. Up next for squat at rack height 13N, we have Paul Leonard at 227.5, 227.5. Up next for curl, fourth attempt, Sarah Gillett at 25.5, 25.5. She's going to try for that world record again. 227.5 for squat at rack height 13N for Paul Leonard. On deck for squat, Aaron Maddox. He's going to be starting the third attempts for squat, flight 1. So flight 2 should be warming up. In the hole, Richard Hogan. I have no idea. I think he said don't worry about it. And that was a nice try by Sarah. Okay, that was it for curls. No, that was in the curls. So bench. All right, so we are going to start flight 1 of bench. Up first, we have Thomas Sharp. Okay, so Thomas, just when they're ready, you're up next. And that was a nice try by Paul. You didn't quite get it. Up next for squat, starting the third attempts, we have rack height 9 for Aaron Maddox at 137.5, 137.5. On deck, Richard Hogan. In the hole, David Kalivis.
I know. Go ahead, switch it up. They already are.
Yeah.
Hey, just move right in. Change it over and do it. No, none of those guys fall on themselves. They're all in the middle section.
We're going to shortly start the first flight of bench, so make sure you're ready to go. Thomas Sharp, you're going to be first. After Thomas, we're going to have Dan Morgan, and then the motivator. We're going to feel motivated again. I have no benches over here, and I don't know.
There's a list back there.
And what a great way to start the third attempt. Nice job, Aaron. Up next at rack height 15, we have Richard Hogan at 142.5.
Yeah, you already did. Did you get that last one?
Yeah. Rack height 15, Richard Hogan at 142.5. On deck for squat, David Kalivis. In the hole, Michael Morales. Again, we're getting ready to start flight 1 of bench, so make sure you're ready to go. Thomas Sharp, you're going to be up first. Followed by Dan Morgan.
That will start at 10, start the bench in 10 minutes.
Just leave it as soon, and then that way they don't freak out. I mean, they'll be ready.
Hey, Tim. 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 Tim.
And that was a nice comeback by Richard. Nice job.
Hey, Tim, we'll give him 10 minutes to warm up. 10 minutes.
All right, up next for rack height 9, we have David Kalivis at 170. On deck for squat, we have Michael Morales. In the hole, Jeremy Travis. These guys are just more mature, but you're not getting any questions. They're very little.
If you're in the first flight of bench, you need to be warming up right now because we're going to start in about 10 or 15 minutes. So if you're in the first flight of bench, be warming up right now.
And that was a great lift by David. Nice job. Up next for squat, we have rack height 10 for Michael Morales at 172.5. 172.5. On deck, we have Jeremy Travis. In the hole, Ryan Rigger. Flight 2 of squats, you should be warming up. We're getting close to finishing flight 1.
We might be cooking too fast.
That's fine.
So we have 90 people yesterday. We needed to do this today.
Well, now I know. I'll volunteer next time because I like efficiency. I think my daughter's trained me to be efficient because you can't waste any time with a toddler.
Yeah, no, we had 4 kids. We got 10 grandkids.
Oh, you must be so happy.
Chloe's just one of them. My grandson wanted to come today.
And that was a great lift by Michael. Nice job. All right, up next for rack height 15, we have Jeremy Travis at 185, 185. On deck, Ryan Rigger. In the hole, Joel Garcia. Is this the end of the first flight? We've got 5 lifters for until the end of the first flight. So second flight squats. Get ready to go.
Well, hang in there, baby.
While we're waiting, don't forget to visit the snack bar. Jackie up there did 330 yesterday, 330 pounds for deadlift. Go say hi to her, congratulate her, give her some money.
See, there'll be less fourth attempts too today because it's tough to get a world record. It's tough to get a state record.
And that was a really nice attempt by Jeremy.
Down to Adam.
All right, up next, rack height 12. We have Ryan Rigger at 190, 190. On deck, Joel Garcia. In the hole, Branton Varner. I apologize, it's Brenton Varner. It looks like an A up here.
I was in the Army. I was a company commander. And I signed so many documents that my signature actually changed. Now it's just a scribble.
That's what I did. And that was a nice try by Ryan.
Down to Adam.
All right, up next, rack height 17. We have Joel Garcia at 197.5, 197.5. On deck, we have Brenton Varner. In the hole, we have Paul Leonard. See the last one? Paul will be our last lifter for the first flight.
Unless they're warming up.
Warming up.
Come on, Joel.
Did he get
Come on, Joel.
Did he get that one? It's not circled. Or I don't know if
Yeah,
that's.
you got that. Sorry. Come on, Joel. EPR for him.
Excellent lift by Joel. Nice job. I'm inspired to go deep on my squats tomorrow. All right, up next, we have Brenton Varner, rack height 12 at 230, 230. Last lifter next after Brenton for flight 1 is Paul Leonard. Gordon Groves is going to start flight 2 for us. Flight 2, make sure you're ready to go.
Hold on. Yeah, you should be in flight 2. Yeah, help Chloe out over there. I know, help her out around the bed. Yeah, they're still warming up.
Get up, lightweight. Go.
That was a really deep squat. Nice job. All right, up next, last lifter for flight 1 squats at rack height 13N. We have Paul Leonard at 232.5, 232.5. On deck, Gordon Groves in the hole. Brandon Andre. You know your last name, Brandon. I don't.
A lot of times I don't even have the last name. They know that. I say Paul, Gordon, and Brandon. They know.
I like saying the last name because I mess it up all the time.
I'm tired of watching. So I just.
Do you know when we're going to start bench?
Let me know when they're warmed up. A lot of them have to go back to back. A lot of push pull or curl and performance guys. The Ironman there. Big old boy. Looks like he has it. Should be a new state record, by the way.
No, it won't. Oh, there's none there.
Yeah, no record.
That was a great job by Paul. Nice job. All right, that was the end of flight 1 for squats. Up next for flight 2, we have rack height 17 for Gordon Groves at 112.5, 112.5. On deck for squats, we have Brandon. In the hole, we have Dirk McComber.
That's good, right?
Oh yeah, it's real good. Yeah, we'll be done before noon.
Do you mind me saying? I mean, do they think they need more time for bench to warm up?
Yeah, they're
tired.
when they're ready.
We should have Gordon Groves up here for squat. The bar is ready for Gordon. Gordon, you are needed up here for squats. Gordon Groves.
Danny's finding him. He's going. He's got him. He's coming. He's right there.
All right, we've got Gordon up here getting ready to squat at 112.5. On deck, we have Brandon. In the hole, we have Dirk.
It's Andrade. Is that an E or an A? It's probably Andrade.
And that was a great opening lift. Nice job, Gordon. Up next at rack height 17, we have Brandon Andrade at 122.5, 122.5. On deck, we have Dirk McComber. In the hole, we have Ron Hess.
We're ready?
We are ready to start our first flight of bench. We should have Thomas Sharp up there at 137.5. 137.5 for bench. For Thomas Sharp, on deck for bench, we have Dan Morgan. In the hole, we have the motivator.
Yes, absolutely. And there should be.
And that was easy. Nice job, Brandon. Up next for rack height 16, we have Dirk McComber at 137.5. 137.5. On deck for squat, we have Ron Hess. In the hole, we have Josh Felix. Just a reminder, let's try to keep this front table clear of people so we can see. Gentlemen in the front.
Hey guys.
Gentlemen, can we? Thank you. And that was a great lift by Dirk. Nice job. Up next for squat, there is no rack height. No rack height for Ron Hess. He will be going at 145. Opening and weight for bench is 137.5. 137.5 for Thomas Sharp.
Height 10.
Okay, we got rack height 10 for Ron Hess at 145. 145. On deck for squats, we have Josh Felix. In the hole, we have Christopher Knee. Either knee or nigh. You'll correct me, Christopher. Nigh. Okay, got it.
It's like Louis Nye, famous general for Napoleon.
And that was a great lift by Ron. Nice job. Up next, we have rack height 13 for Josh Felix at 152.5. 152.5. On deck for squat, we have Christopher Knee. In the hole, we have William Stoltz. Nye. I'm sorry. I said it right the first time, didn't I? Nye.
Louis Nye was a famous, Louis Nye was a famous general for Napoleon.
Weight for squat is 152.5. 152.5. 152.5. For bench, we should have Thomas Sharp.
Chris Nye. Chris.
I didn't see the light.
I need his rack height.
Was the bench good for Thomas? It was good. All right, nice job, Thomas. Up next, we have Dan Morgan at 100. 100. Why was that one different? All right, I'm sorry. Thomas got out of order just a little bit. So we should have Dan Morgan now at 100. 100 will be in order next time.
So he'll just be at the end, but when he gives us this number, we'll just order it for the next round. Yeah. I don't know how you do that.
I don't know. It's fine. And that was a good lift for Josh. Nice job. Up next, we have no rack height. So I guess we'll say rack height. We're going to say rack height 10.
14. Okay, 14.
14. I apologize. They just gave me a new one. Rack height 14 for Christopher Nye. At 180, 180 for rack height 14. On deck for squats, we have William Schultz. In the hole, we have Jeremy Layport. On deck for bench, we have the motivator, and in the hole, we have Trey Ross.
It's Jerry's dad. Okay. It's adorable. I'm going to do that when I'm old.
And that was a good bench by Dan. Nice job. Up next, we have the motivator at 110. 110 for bench. On deck, Trey Ross. In the hole, Abdulazif. I said that wrong. I apologize. And that was a good squat for Christopher. Nice job. Up next, rack height 21 for William Stoltz at 200. 200. On deck for squat, Jeremy Labor. In the hole, Gordon Groves. He's going to be starting our second attempt for squats.
Can you move the light like more that way?
And that was a great lift by William. Nice job. Up next, rack height 10 for Jeremy Layport at 235. 235. On deck for squats, Gordon Groves. He's going to be starting our second attempt. And in the hole, we have Brandon Andrade. Yeah, after Jeremy. And that was a good bench by the motivator. All right, up next for bench, we have Trey Ross at 125. 1, 2. That was not a good. Oh, that was not. I'm sorry. We cannot see very well. So sorry. That was not a good attempt for the.
Dan's bar was misloaded, and they reloaded the bar, and he got his attempt, and it was right. The motivator is next.
Okay, so he's 110 kilograms.
Who just went?
He did. They misloaded his bar, so he went again.
All right, I apologize. I did not get that. So that was a good lift for Dan Morgan?
Yeah.
All right, good lift for Dan Morgan. Up next, we have the motivator
110.
at 110. And that was a good squat for Jeremy. Nice job. And that was a new state record. Excellent. All right, we are starting the second attempts at rack height 17 for Gordon Groves. It's going to be at 120, 120 for squat. And this is going to be going for a state record. On deck for squat, we have Brandon Andrade, and in the hole, Dirk McComber.
So is he going? Who's going right now? Okay, put it in front of me so I know, because it's going to confuse the heck out of me.
And that was a good bench by the motivator. Nice job. Up next for bench, we have Trey Ross at 125. 125. And that was a great lift by Gordon. Nice job. Up next for squat, we have rack height 17 for Brandon Andrade. Squat is 132.5. 132.5. Trey Ross is up now on bench at 125. On deck for bench, we have Abdul Aziz. I'm so sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Shabra. And in the hole, we have Dan Gomez. And that was a great squat by Brandon. Gotta love a man who wears a pink belt. Nice job. All right, up next, we have rack height 16 for Dirk McComber at 145, 145. On deck for squat, we have Ron Hess. In the hole, Josh Felix. And that was a great bench by Trey. Nice job. Up next for bench, we have Abdul Aziz at 130, 130. On deck for bench, we have Dan Gomez, and in the hole, Everett Brill. We should be at 130, 130. Great lift by Dirk. Nice job. All right, up next, rack height 10 for Ron Hess at 152.5, 150. On deck for squat, Josh Felix. In the hole, it should be Christopher Neat. Nine. I wrote it down so I remember how to write. Let's say it. Okay, I'm sorry. Rack height 13 for Ron Hess. 152.5. 152.5. It's up there on the board. Point him to the board. Just go look up there. And that was a good bench. Nice job. Up next for bench, we have Dan Gomez at 137.5, 137.5. On deck for bench, Everett Brill. In the hole, Ken. I cannot read that last name. Thonberg. And that was a good lift for Ron. Nice job. All right, up next at rack height 13, we have Josh Felix at 165, 165. On deck, Christopher Nye. In the hole, William Schultz.
I didn't see for that one. Oh, he didn't go yet.
And that was a great bench by Dan. Nice job. Up next for bench, we have Everett Brill at 142.5. 142.5. On deck for bench, we have Jonathan Thunberg. And in the hole, we have Ahmed Shafiq.
Yeah, okay, figured that out.
And Josh looks like he's warming up. Nice job. That was a good lift. All right, up next, we have Christopher Nye, rack height 14 at 205. On deck for squats, we have William Schultz. In the hole, Jeremy Laporte.
This is the end of second attempt, right?
Jeremy's going to be the end of the second attempt. Third flight of squats, you should be warming up. We're going through this quick. That was a good bench by Everett Brill. Nice job. On deck, we have Ken Thomberg at 165, 165. On deck for bench, Ahmed Shafiq. In the hole, Glenn Trenove.
I mean, you should kind of already have an idea of where it goes, right? I mean, not that I'm...
And that was an excellent lift by Christopher. Nice job. Up next at rack height 21, we have William Schultz at 220, 220. On deck for squat, Jeremy Laporte. In the hole, Brandon Andrade.
He's up right now. Did I already say this? I don't remember. I don't remember what I say.
We should have Ken Thunberg up on bench at 165. And that was a good squat by William. Nice job. Up next at rack height 10, Jeremy Laporte at 242.5, 242.5. Jeremy's going to be ending our second attempts for flight 2 of squats. And that was a great bench by Ken. Nice job. Up next, we have Ahmed Shafiq at 1. Nove in the hole, Dan Morgan. Excellent job, Jeremy. Nice job. All right, up next at rack height 17, we have Brandon Andrade at 137.5, 137.5. Brandon is starting the third attempt of our second flight of squats. On deck, Gordon Groves. In the hole, Ron Hess. And that was a great lift by Ahmed. Nice job. Up next on bench, we have Glenn Trinove at 182.5, 182.5. On deck for bench, we have Dan Morgan. He's going to be starting our second attempts. And in the hole, the motivator. Lifter up should be Brandon Andrade for squat at 137.5. Should be rack height 17.
I didn't sing it too fast. They're just not paying attention.
My second look.
Bench?
Yeah.
Oh, Ben, sorry, he had the belt.
It must be that pink power. Nice job. Good lift. All right, up next on squats, we have rack height 17 for Gordon Groves at 137.5. 137.5. This is starting our third attempts of flight 2 of squats. On deck, Ron Hess. In the hole, Dirk McOmber. And that was a great bench by Glenn. Nice job. Up next for bench, 107.5. 107.5. We're now in our second attempts for bench of flight 1. That was a nice lift by Gordon. Nice job. 13 for Ron Hess at 160, 160. On deck for bench, we have, I'm sorry, not bench, squat, we have Dirk McOmber. In the hole, Josh Felix. Now on bench, we have Dan Morgan. He's going to do 107.5. In the on deck, the motivator. In the hole, Trey Ross.
Good luck, Glenn. Did you go get it?
For bench over here? Is he
No.
Okay,
I said bench and I said, oops, I meant squat. Sorry. Slurred my words together. You're good, Dirk.
Great lift by Ron. Nice job. Up next on squat, we have rack height 16 for Dirk McOmber at 162.5. 162.5. On deck for squat, we have Josh Felix. In the hole, we have Christopher Nye. And that was a great bench by Dan. Nice job. Up next, we have the motivator at 115. Nice job, Dirk. For bench, motivator, 115, 115. On deck, Trey Ross. In the hole, Abdulaziz. Up next for squat at rack height 13, we have Josh Felix at 185, 185. On deck, we have Christopher Nye. In the hole, William Schultz.
Where are they in the first flight, guys? Flight 1, I know, but. SLC. Not everybody's talking to you guys. The board.
Just a reminder, in case you're wondering on what flight or attempt we're on, it's on the whiteboard right behind us.
The teacher and me.
And that was a nice try by the motivator. All right, up next on bench, we have Trey Ross at 137.5, 137.5. On deck, we have Abdulaziz. And in the hole, Thomas Sharp. That was a nice attempt by Josh. All right, up next on squat, we have Christopher Nye, rack height 14 at 220, 220. Trey Ross is 137.5, 137.5. We have Christopher Nye up on squats. On deck, William Schultz. In the hole, Jeremy Layport. Is Jeremy the end of this one? Jeremy will be finishing up flight 2 of squats. So flight 3, get ready to go. We're moving you guys through here today.
The motivator is going to try 115 for a third attempt.
And that was a nice attempt by Christopher Nye. Maybe next time. All right, up next for squat at rack height 21, we have William Schultz at 225. On deck, Jeremy Layport. In the hole, starting our third flight, we have Gene Lawrence. And that was a good lift by Trey Ross. All right, up next for bench, we have Abdulaziz, and I'm so sorry if I'm saying that wrong, at 142.5, 142.5. On deck for bench, we have Thomas Sharp. In the hole, Dan Gomez.
So we don't have anybody for deadlift yet, do we? So I gotta wait for these guys to change.
And they gave it to him. Nice job. All right. Up next for squat, we have Jeremy Layport, rack height 10 at 250, 250. On deck, starting flight 3, is going to be Gene Lawrence. In the hole, Mark Olea.
I can't see.
And that was a good bench. Nice job. Up next on bench, we have Thomas Sharp at 142.5, 142.5. This should be Jeremy Layport at 250, rack height 10. For squat, this is the last of our flight 2. 250, 250.
We'll take a 15-minute break after this squat.
We are going to take a 15-minute break after flight 3 for squats.
Right after you squat. After this next squat.
And that was a great lift by Thomas. Nice job. Up next on bench, we have Dan Gomez at 147.5, 147.5. On deck, Everett Brill. In the hole, Ken Thomberg. And that was a nice job. That was a California state record, it looks like. All right, nice job. Up next, rack height 17. This is the start of flight 3 for Gene Lawrence at 85. 85. On deck, Mark Olea. In the hole, Parker Young. And that was a great bench by Dan. Nice job. Up next, we have Everett Brill on bench at 155. 155. On deck, Ken Thomberg. In the hole, Ahmed Shafiq.
I'm glad we're going fast. I'm trying to keep it going. Yeah. Did you like that?
We should have Gene Lawrence up, start of flight 3 at 85, rack height 17. Gene Lawrence, the bar is waiting for you. next for bench, we have Ken Thonberg at 175. 175. On deck, we have Amit Shafiq. And in the hole, we have Glenn Trinove. And that was an excellent lift. Nice job, Gene. Up next at rack height 10, we have Mark Olea at 142.5. 142.5. On deck for squat, we have Parker Young. In the hole, John Wright. Ken Thomberg is about to bench right now.
14. Hey, Bill, you bench yet? We're going slow over there. Squats are kicking right along, man.
Do you want me to slow it down? I don't know how.
We'll just take a bigger break. The lifters actually prefer over here, Gene.
Excellent job, Ken. All right, up next on bench, we have Amit Shafiq at 190. 190. On deck is Glenn Trinove. And in the hole is Dan Morgan. Dan's going to be starting our third attempt of bench. That was a great squat by Mark. Nice job. Up next for squat, we have rack height 11 for Parker Young at 150. 150. On deck, John Wright. In the hole, Zachary Kim. It's getting around lunchtime. Don't forget that snack bar's open. Courtney's over there ready to take your money. They do take credit card up there, just a minimum of $5 purchase. And that looked really easy, Parker. Nice job. All right, up next, we've got rack height 14 for John Wright at 160. 160. On deck, Zachary Kim. In the hole, Dave Plum. That was a good bench by Amit. Nice job. Up next for bench, we have Glenn Trinove at 200. 200. This is going for a world record and a state record. On deck for bench, we have Dan Morgan. In the hole, we have the motivator. Great lift by John. All right, up next for squat, we have rack height 12 for Zachary Kim at 160. Oh, that's nice. It's all in the hole. We have Reyes Duram.
Like the sound of music.
Do-re-mi. Do-re-mi.
That's a great addition to
Oh, thanks. I'm sure I did. I can't take credit for that. Yeah, I can't take credit for that. Yeah.
I color-coded this. It color matches there, so you know where to. I'm a teacher. And that was a good bench by Glenn. Nice job. That was a world NA state record, and that was a great squat by Zachary. All right, up next for bench, we have Dan Morgan at 110. This is starting our third attempts of flight 1 for bench. On deck, the motivator. In the hole for bench, Trey Ross. Up for squat, we have rack height 12 for Dave Plum at 180. 180. On deck for squat, we have Reyes Do Re Mi, like the song. In the hole, we have John Pena. We should have 110 for Dan Morgan on bench.
Mine is a big bench for him.
And that was a great squat by Dave. Nice job. Up next, we should have rack height 14 for Reyes Do Re Mi at 185. 185. On deck for squat, we have John Pena. And in the hole, we have Aaron Donogram.
Is that wrong? Do you want us to pause after this?
We're almost done now.
Reyes, that was an awesome lift. Nice job. All right, up next, rack height 10 for John Pena at 200. 200. On deck, Aaron Donogram. And in the hole, Jacob Demarin. And that was a good bench for Dan. Nice job. Did that go? Okay, that was a good bench. All right, up next we have the motivator. Going to go for try again at 115. On deck for bench, we have Trey Ross. In the hole, we have Abdulaziz Shubra.
Squat or bench?
Up there on the wall.
There, and it's on the wall.
Four out.
And that looked really easy. Nice job, John. All right, up next on squat at rack height 8, we have Aaron Donogram at 202.5. 202.5. On deck, Jacob Demarin. In the hole, Rolando Verduzco. And that was a nice try for the motivator. All right, up next on bench, we have Trey Ross at 147.5. 147.5. Shubra. And in the hole, Thomas Sharp.
How are we doing on this? Are these all done or no? No. Are you giving to him as you go?
Nice lift, Aaron. Squat at rack height 11, we have Jacob Demarin at 215. 215. On deck for squat, we have Rolando Verduzco. And in the hole, we have Jacob Hammerly. Will be the end of our first attempt for our squats.
See, you're not supposed to use that part because it has a lot of flex to it.
And that was a nice try for Trey. All right, up next, we have Abdulaziz Shubra at 147.5. 147.5. On deck for bench, we have Thomas Sharp. And in the hole, we have Dan Gomez. And that was a great squat for Jacob. Nice job. Up next, we have no rack height for Rolando Verduzco. 12. We're going to do rack height 12 for Rolando at 215. 215. Well, they just told me 12. Somebody just told me 12. We're good? We should be at 215, 215. On deck for squats, we have Jacob Hammerly. He's going to end our first attempt. In the hole, Gene Lawrence. What are you looking for? We have Rolando Verduzco. No, he squats. For bench is Abdul. For Rolando Verduzco. That's who I called. Are you Rolando, but a different last name? You didn't get it. All right, that was a height 17. We have Jacob Hammerly at 220, 220 on deck, starting the second attempt. In the hole is Mark Olea. We should have 220 for Jacob Hammerly, rack height 17. Gentlemen, we need you to move from the front of the table. And that was a good bench. Nice job. We're going to keep the bar the same at 147.5 for Thomas Sharp. On deck for bench is Dan Gomez, and the hole is Everett Brill. What's your name? Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. Bench. He's bench. All right, those were both good lifts. Nice job for both of you. All right, up next for squat at rack height 17. This is starting. Is this? Oh, I'm sorry. We're still in the second attempt. Sorry, guys. A rack height 17 at 92.5 for Gene Lawrence. We're still on second attempts. That was my bad earlier. Rack height 17, 92.5, Gene Lawrence. On deck, Mark Olea. In the hole, Parker Young. For bench, we have Dan Gomez at 157.5, 157.5. Thanks for the hand signals, Jackie. Love. Andrew. I messed up. We're still in the second attempt of bench. Sorry, we're still in the second. I don't know why I read third. We're still in the second attempt of bench?
Squats, yeah.
Or squats. Oh my god. Okay, we're good. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. And that was a good lift for Gene. Nice job. Up next, we have rack height 10 for Mark Olea at 160, 160. On deck, Parker Young for squats. In the hole, John Wright. And Dan got that lift. Nice job. Up next, we have Everett Brill at 160, 160. On deck for bench, we have Ken Thonberg. In the hole, we have Ahmed Shafiq. That was a great lift from Mark. Nice job. Up next, we have rack height 11 for Parker Young at 165, 165. On deck, John Wright. In the hole, Zachary Kim. And that was a nice attempt for Everett Brill. We'll try next time. Up next, we have Ken Thonberg at 180, 180. On deck, Amid Shafiq. In the hole, Glenn Chernoff.
Did he just rig me up here with this?
Let's go, Parker.
That was a nice lift. That must have been the beard power that helped you out there, Parker. All right, up next at rack height on right at 167.5, 167.5. On deck, we have Zachary Kim. In the hole, Dave Plum.
He's Parker. He just went.
Marco Leia, you need to come up here and give us your numbers, please. And that was a nice try. Good thing we have those spotters up there. All right, up next we have rack height 12 for Zachary Kim at 175, 175. On deck for squat, we have Dave Plum. In the hole, Reyes Doremi. And that was a nice try for Ken. Up next, we have Ahmad Shafiq at 192, 192. On deck for bench, we have Glenn Chernoff. And in the hole, doing a fourth attempt, is Z. Shapuna.
So I remember. Thanks.
John?
Yeah, let's try it again.
Like giving you power.
I'll use it next time.
Yeah.
All right, good lift, Zachary. Nice job. Up next for squat, we have rack height 12 for Dave Plum at 187.5, 187.5. On deck for squats, we have Reyes Doremi. And in the hole, we have John Pena.
They need height.
The rack height is 12. And that was a nice try for Ahmed. Up next for bench, we have Glenn Chernoff at 202.5. He's going to try to beat his world record that he just made. 202.5. On deck, we have Z going for a fourth attempt, and that will be the end of flight 1 of bench.
What do you want to do next? Do you want to start flight 2?
If that, you have flight 2 ready to go? Yeah, start it.
Flight 2, you should already have been warmed up. We're getting there. We're going to start you shortly for bench. And that was a good squat. Nice job, Dave. Up next for rack height 14, we have Reyes Doremi at 200, 200. On deck, we have John Pena. In the hole, we have Rolando Verduzco.
I have no idea. I mean, there is none, so probably.
There is no state.
Yeah, so yeah.
Up now, we have Glenn Chernoff for bench, and then Z is on deck. Richard Hogan, you're going to start the second flight of bench. So get in the hole. And that was a good lift for Reyes. Nice job. Up next for squat at rack height 10, we have John Pena at 210, 210, rack height 10. On deck, Rolando Verduzco. In the hole, Aaron Dunagram. Great bench by Glenn. Nice job. And that was also a world record. Very nice. And I cannot see the scoreboard, but it looks like it was a good squat. Nice job. Up next for bench, we have Z at 157.5. 157.5. On deck, Richard Hogan in the hole. Michael Morales. Hold on just a second. Up now for squat at rack height 12, we have Rolando Verduzco at 215, 215. On deck, Aaron Denigram in the hole, Jacob Dameron. What?
What if he wants it for, then I think he'll come up and then he goes at the end of this. But if he doesn't come up, then don't. How many more seconds? Andrew, this is the last of the. Oh, he's doing a fourth. Yeah, okay. You're about to change it then. Okay, good.
Awesome job, Rolando. Nice job. All right, up next for squat, we're at rack height 8 for Aaron Denigram at 217.5. 217.5. On deck, Jacob Dameron in the hole, Jacob Hammerly. And that was a nice attempt by Z. We'll try again next time. All right, we are going to start flight 2 of bench with Richard Hogan at 142. Oh, I'm sorry, 87.5. I looked at the wrong one.
203.
Can you guys? 87. Bench with Michael Mole, we have Aaron Maddox. We are now in flight 2 of bench. We have Aaron Denigram for squats at 217.5. Rack height 8. He just went. Did he get it? No, sorry. All right, up next at rack height 11, we have Jacob Dameron at 222.5. 222.5. On deck for squat, we have Jacob Hammerly. In the hole, we have Gene Lawrence. Gene is going to start the third attempt of our squats. And that was an easy lift for Richard. Nice job. Up next for bench, we have Michael Morales at 102.5. 102.5. On deck, we have Aaron Maddox. In the hole, we have Jeremy Travis. That was a good squat for Jacob. Nice job. Up next for squat at rack height 17, we have Jacob Hammerly at 230. 230. On deck, we have Gene Lawrence. Gene is going to start the third attempt of our squats. In the hole, John Wright.
Lawrence.
What flight we're on is up there.
He's going to come tell you in just a second. Sure.
Sarah Gillot, can you please come to the announcer's table? Thank you. Sarah Gillot. And that was a good bench by Michael. Nice job. Up next, we have Aaron Maddox at 102.5, so keep that bar the same. On deck, we have Jeremy Travis in the hole, Joel Garcia for bench. That was a good squat for Jacob. Nice job. Up next, rack height 17 for Gene Lawrence at 95.95. Rack height 17. We are looking for Aaron Maddox at 102.5, so the bar should be the same. On deck for squat, we have John Wright in the hole, Mark Olea.
Can you find his paper?
Iger? Okay, Iger.
That's how I remember. Oh, next bench. Did he make that?
Was that a good lift? All right, that was a good lift for Aaron. Nice job. Up next, we have Jeremy Travis is 122.5. 122.5. On deck for bench, Joel Garcia in the hole, Ryan Iger. And that was not a good squat for Gene. We'll try again next time. Up now at rack height 14, we have John Wright at 167.5. He's going to go for that attempt again. Sarah Iger, can you please come to the announcer's table? Sarah Iger. Oh, Sarah Gelato, sorry. Sorry, wrong person. On deck for Olea in the hole, Parker Young. Up now for bench, we have Jeremy Travis. On deck, Joel Garcia in the hole, Ryan Iger.
When you have a chance, I just want to use the restroom. It doesn't have to be that. Oh, this is it? Don't they have those? Oh, I can wait. Is that good or no?
Garcia at 125. 125 for bench. On deck, Ryan Iger in the hole, Paul Leonard. And that was a good lift by John. Nice job. I can do it.
Just pass the papers to me.
Up next at rack height 10, we have Mark Olea at 170. 170. On deck, we have Parker Young in the hole, Zachary Kim. We're going to be done with flight 3 of squats soon, and then we should be taking our break.
He said for bench is next.
What's that?
He said for bench is next because it's his fourth.
So you need to ask Paul because I don't. Paul. We have someone going for a 4th attempt from the first flight. We just put them behind because. So do you want them to go next? When should I have him go? Well. Okay. Mark Olea for squats, rack height 10 at 170. What are you doing? Okay, are you Parker Young? In the hole, your 3rd out.
I had a point already.
For bench?
No, for squats.
Okay, that's
Hey, Garcia. We got a problem. We have an out of whack guy over here. So who's up?
All right, up now for squats. We should have Mark Olea, rack height 10, 170. On deck, Parker Young. In the hole, Zachary.
You cannot mess up these papers on me.
All right. Go ahead and go to the bathroom. I got this.
They're not listening to me.
Okay. Mark should be up. Weight should be 170. Rack height 10. No. I don't know. This is you, right?
Yeah, but
I didn't call you up.
what was the last person? What was the weight?
No. The last weight was Gene Lawrence at 95.
95
No, because the gentleman right now.
Okay, did you squat?
Yeah, he squatted. He squatted with the guy after the weight.
The guys after him weight is 182.5. Hey, Jim, come to head table, please. What was the weight on the bar?
Mark Malay went out of sequence.
Okay, what was the weight on the bar?
Wait. That's what screwed us up because we had it at 14. This guy right
Okay,
here.
what was the weight?
Paul, I don't know. I mean, whatever the guy was.
The guy before he.
Gene, we got him.
Right.
All right.
So he squatted again?
Yeah.
Okay, I need to know what the weight was.
You had the rack height of 14. Someone had a rack height of 14.
There's nobody here with a rack height of 14.
That's what I said. Right here. Yeah, that's the weight.
Okay, I need to know what the weight was so I can give him credit.
That's the weight right here.
Successful world record.
We're going through. I can't remember all of them.
I know what the weight was.
I believe it was this.
Did you change
The guy that just did it will tell you.
He's the guy that just did it.
Yeah. I went out of sequence.
Hey, we need to fix it. Is the weight still on the bar?
It is still on.
Okay, what is it? What is it?
Ryan Iger for 127.5 pounds on bench.
All right, we're good. The next weight is 182.5. Parker Young, you're up. 182.5. Rack height 11. Rack height 11. 182.5. Parker Young. He didn't go out of sequence. He was supposed to go. I'll finish up. Let's take a break. Right.
What's the weight on the bench? They want to know what the weight is on the bench.
Can you announce it?
What is it?
127.5.
127.5. 127.5 for Ryan Iger. See, they weren't out of sequence. It was right. He just panicked. See, now he's getting short with people. All right, on the bench press, we need 130 kilos, 130 for Paul Leonard. 130 for Paul Leonard. Next up on the squat, we need 182.5, 182.5, rack height 10. Rack height 10. See, Jim screwed up. Dave Plum is on deck. John Pena is in the hole. Jim benched it. Paul, or Zachary Kime. Zach Kime. 182.5, rack height 10. Dave Plum, you're on deck. John Pena, you're in the hole. Good bench. Move the bench to 155, please. 155 for Brenton. On the bench, David, you're on deck. Richard, you're in the hole.
John Wright needs to come up and give me a second attempt.
John Wright, we need a second attempt on the bench press, please. John? Second attempt on the bench press. And the lift is good. Move the bar to rack height 12. 20.
John second. We're gonna need Dan Morgan anymore today.
All right. Pull him out of there.
After like 4
No, pull him out. Dave Plum. Dave Plum. Oh. Yeah, he should. No, look. Hold on. He's supposed to be in flight 4 bench. I don't know. I'll stick him in.
What's the weight on the bench?
Weight on the bench should be 155 for Brenton.
We're gonna need Dan Morgan anymore today. He wants to know if he can go home with his son.
Yeah, let him go home.
Right here. Next to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
On the deadlift. Or on a squat. Dave, back height 10.
Brandon? Yeah.
215. Rack height 10. I can't piss on fires and do this. Where's that girl?
Can you announce this? Yes.
On the bench press. I need you back.
So for bench, we should have David Kalivas at 160. On deck for bench, we should have Richard Hogan. In the hole, we should have Michael Morales. For squat at rack height 10, we should have John Pena at 215. On deck for squat, we should have Aaron Denogram. In the hole, Rolando Verduzco. That was all for squats. I'm following the order. I have no control over this. I'm just reading what it says here, okay? So if you have a question, ask her. All right, that was a nice attempt by David. We'll try better next time. And John got that. Nice job. That was at 215. Up next on squat at rack height 8, we have Aaron Denogram at 217.5. 217.5. He's going right now. All right. You did it?
No, you need to.
Okay. Up on bench, we have Richard Hogan at 92.5. 92.5. On deck for bench, we have Michael Morales. In the hole, Aaron Maddox. Up now on squats at rack height 8, we have Aaron Denogram at 217.5. He's going to try that again. On deck, Rolando Verduzco. In the hole, Reyes Doremi. And that was a nice attempt by Aaron. We'll try it better luck next time. All right, up next, 12, we have Rolando Verduzco at 222.5. 222.5, rack height 12. On deck for squats, we have Reyes Doremi. In the hole, Jacob Dameron.
I know what happened.
The temp guy that got all confusing?
No, somebody gave this to him. Okay, you got 167.5, right? Yeah. Okay, put him at the end of the flight. Somebody.
And Richard easily made that. Nice job. Up next on bench, we have Michael Morales at 107.5. 107.5. On deck, we have Aaron Maddox. In the hole, Jeremy Travis. And better luck next time, Rolando. All right, up next on squat at rack height 12, we have Reyes Doremi at 227.5. 227.5. On deck, we have Jacob Dameron. In the hole, we have Jacob Hammerly. We've got 2 Jacobs going back to back, so keep it straight.
Are we okay now? Everything good? Yeah.
We've got 4 lifters till the end of this flight for squats.
What happened was that guy squatted in his place, so that finished him up, and so they went ahead and moved him over to the bench. But actually,
And that was a good bench for Michael. Nice job. Up next on bench, we have Aaron Maddox at 107.5, 107.5. On deck, we have Jeremy Travis. In the hole, we have Joel Garcia. And that was a nice try for Reyes. Up next at rack height 11, we have Jacob Damon. I keep on saying that name wrong. Dameron. Sorry, Jacob from the gym at 235, 235. Just to let you know, this rack weight is going to be the same for the next 2 lifts. 235, rack height 11.
Dameron. I keep on saying Dameron. He goes here. I just don't know his last name. So he's going to go. Third. Okay.
All right, that was a good bench by Aaron. Nice job. Up next, we have Jeremy Travis at 130, 130. On deck for bench, we have Joel Garcia. In the hole, Paul Leonard. And that was a successful lift by Jacob. Nice job. We're going to go ahead and keep the weight the same, but rack height 17. Weight same at 235, 235. This is Jacob Hammerly. On deck after Jacob is going to be John Wright, and that's going to be end of our squats.
We're going to take a break after this, right? Even if they're not done with bench?
where are you at?
We're on second attempts of bench.
Okay. When we finish this flight, take a break on the bench too.
So, do you want me to announce that after the flight is over for bench, we're going to take a
What are we
break?
on?
We're in flight 2 of bench.
Take a break after the flight. Well, you know what? I can't because I need those guys to come over and deadlift. They're going to hold up the flat.
So what do you want to do?
Let's keep rolling.
So you want to finish this flight of bench first?
Keep going.
Okay. So no break?
What's going to happen is this platform's going to be idle.
And that was a good lift. Nice job. All right, our last lifter for flight 3 of squats is John Wright, rack height 14 at 167.5. We have Joel Garcia on bench at 137.5, 137.5. On deck for bench is Paul Leonard, and the hole is Ryan Iger. We've got Joel Garcia up on bench, John Wright up on squats. And I like how he said easy because it looked easy. Nice job, John. And we also got a good lift from Joel. All right, up next on bench, we have Paul Leonard, also at 137.5, 137.5. On deck, we have Ryan Iger, and in the hole, we have Brenton Varner.
137.5. 137.5. I'll wait till the flight's over. So, Paul, is there no break then?
Not on the bench. There is a 15-minute break on the day.
So after we're done with this bench, are we going to take a break or are you going to keep on going? Here and now they're one. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to announce
See,
it.
here's the reason.
Okay, I don't
don't care. All right, that was a good bench for Paul. Nice job. Up next, we have Ryan Iger at 140, 140. On deck, we have Brenton Varner. In the hole, we have David Kalibis. We're going to have Ryan Iger up now for bench at 140. I don't know. It doesn't sound like we're doing a break. Or if we are, it's after bench. And that was a good bench by Ryan. Nice job. All right, up next, we have Brenton Varner at 167.5. 167.5. I hope you can see my hands, Jackie. 167.5. On deck, we have David Kalibis. In the hole, Richard Hogan. Richard's going to start the third attempts of our bench. So, flight 3, go ahead and warm up. When you have a chance, Andrew, when you have a chance, will you give me that apple? Can you give me an apple? Can you give me an apple? And that was a great bench for Brenton. Nice job. Up next on bench, we have David Kalibis at 170, 170. On deck, Richard Hogan's going to be starting our third attempts, followed by Aaron Maddox. Calm down. Okay, it's so confusing.
What are these guys? Flight 4 as well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add these guys to flight 4.
Tell her. Nice job, David. All right, up next, we have Richard Hogan at 97.5. 97.5. On deck, we have Aaron Maddox. In the hole, Michael Morales. Can I have you scoot just a little bit so I can see that?
Yeah, I have to readjust.
Ask him. And that was an unsuccessful attempt by Richard. Up next, we have Aaron Maddox at 110, 110. On deck, we have Michael Morales in the hole, Joel Garcia.
Can I have you bend down? Sorry. You don't have to move. You can just bend down. Where's flight 3? I don't know. Do you have it?
All right, that was a great lift by Aaron. Nice job. Up next, we have Michael Morales at 112.5, 112.5. On deck, Joel Garcia. In the hole, Paul Leonard.
It's up there on the board. We are on third attempt of second flight. Do you have flight 3 in there? Oh, he might be organizing it.
Paul, do you have flight 3 events right now? He's got it. He's got it. That's okay. We're just looking for it. And that was a good lift by Michael. Nice job. Up next, Joel Garcia at 142.5, 142.5. On deck, Paul Leonard. Tiger. Lifters, just to let you know, we're reorganizing flight 3 of bench. We should have that posted in a little bit. And that was a great lift by Joel. Nice job. Up next, we're going to keep the bar the same at 142.
Here's flight 3.
That's flight 4. It's flight 3. I changed that.
So this is flight 4 and flight 3. So I better go over to that. Lifters. I've had to reorganize the bench flight, so I'm going to repost flight 3 and flight 4 bench. Okay, they're going to be reposted.
No, that was the lifter screwing up because.
And that was a nice attempt by Paul. Up next, we're going to have Ryan Iger at 145, 145. On deck, David Calivas. In the hole, Brenton Varner.
Yeah, one of them went out of order, and the next two after them didn't listen to the name.
Yeah,
Because actually one of them went up, I should have known because his name's John Pena.
Oh. I was
I
trying.
think that's who he calls it.
I thought I was doing an okay job, like repeating myself over and over again.
That was them screwing up and going out of order.
Yeah, because I was like,
Because one of the guys, he came up and he said you got the wrong rack height, right? Rack height 10. We lowered it to 10. He's the guy who went out of order. The next two didn't listen.
well, I'm glad to know it wasn't my fault.
And that was a great job by Ryan. Nice job. Up next, we have David Kalivas at 182.5. 182.5. On deck, Brenton Varner. This is the end. This is the end of flight 3. Brenton's going to be the end of the second flight of bench. Sorry. In the hole, Brandon Andrade is going to start our third flight of bench. Assuming we're just going, right? We're just going to go through bench.
Yeah,
We're going to keep on going.
I don't have any deadlifters. Otherwise, Mark is way late. Take down flight 4 bench too, sir. Take it down. I'm redoing it, yeah. Take it down.
Flight 2?
And that was a nice try by David. All right, our last lifter for the second flight of bench, Brenton Varner at 185. 185. On deck for the start of the third flight of bench, Brandon Andrade. In the hole, Gordon Groves. Andrew, when you have a chance, you want to change that? It's going to be the third flight of bench. First attempt. All right. Bench with Brandon Andrade at 95. Oh, we are not starting. I am told we are not. All right, we're going to do a 5-minute break, and then I will announce Brandon Andrade in about 5 minutes. Listen to him.
We need to keep this going. I have no deadlifters. We got to push the bench. Yes, no break. We got to push through.
Paul, you have stuff on your face. There you go. You got it.
Just shoot me.
You want me to tell him? Paul is heading to the back. He's going to be posting the fourth flight of bench that has also been changed. So if you are in the fourth flight, please go look. Oh, okay. That's fine. You have to go to the bathroom.
Andrew.
Okay, lifters, you need to check back in the back. Flight 3 and Flight 4 of bench have been changed, okay? They've been changed. You need to go back there and look at those two flights. We're going to hold up on the deadlift because we don't have anybody. We need to push the bench through.
All right, we're going to go ahead and resume with third flight of bench. We have Brandon Andrade at 95.95. On deck, Gordon Groves. In the hole, Ron Hess. All right, we need Brandon Andrade up for bench. The bar is ready for you. Brandon Andrade. Gordon Groves, be ready to go. You're next. I'm telling you, that pink belt's got superpowers. Nice job. All right, up next, we've got Gordon Groves at 97.5, 97.5. On deck, Ron Hess. Staley. And that was a great lift. Nice job. Up next, we have Ron Hess at 100 even, 100. On deck, Charles Staley. In the hole, Josh Felix. 100, 100 for Ron Hess. Let me tell him that. Do you want me to say that? Yeah. Deadlifters, we're going to start you guys in about 10 minutes. So first flight of deadlifts. We're going to repost the first flight shortly. Go ahead and start warming up anyways if you know you're going to be in the first flight. Oh, and that was a nice attempt for Ron. Up next, we have Charles Staley at 107.5, 107.5. On deck, Josh Felix. In the hole, Dirk McGomber. We should have Charles Staley up there. Staley or Stabley? Staley. Did we find Charles? He's coming? All right. Josh Felix, you're up after Charles. In the hole, Dirk McGomber. Guys, be ready to go.
Tell Joel he's in the first flight of deadlift.
These are all organized, right? Just to make sure we're not. Is that- Those are all second steps. Did Ron not come up here and tell you?
I combined a couple flights.
All right, I can't really see because someone's in the way. Was that good? That was good. All right, nice job. Up next, we have Josh Felix at 110-110. On deck, Dirk McGomber. In the hole, William Stoltz.
It was 102.5. I'm sorry.
I'm just telling him he's in the first flight.
Awesome.
I think his third and fourth flight have been reposted, so you should go look.
All right, that was a good lift for Josh. Nice job. Up next, Dirk McGomber at 125-125.
Okay, last two flights of bench, third and fourth, have been changed. The deadlift flights have also changed. I'm just going to tell you real quick who's in this first flight so you can start warming up. Hogan, Maddox, Gemez, Morales, Iger, Garcia, Calavas, Ross, Davis, Varner, and Leonard. You are now in the first flight of deadlift. I'm going to post that right now.
And that was a nice try by Dirk. Up next, we're going to keep the bar the same at 125 for William Stoltz. On deck, William Delaney. In the hole, Christopher Nye. We're keeping the bar the same at 125 for William Stoltz.
What's your question? Who's up next? Oh, her, when she's ready. Third and fourth flight of bench are posted up there in the back. Third. He's posting or it's posted already.
And that was a nice attempt by William. Up next, we have William Delaney at 127.5, 127.5. On deck, Christopher Nye. In the hole, Garrison Cobb.
Okay, Richard Hogan, Maddox, you guys need to be warming up for the deadlift. Hogan, Maddox, Gomez, Morales, Iger, Garcia, Calavas, Ross, Travis, Varner, and Leonard. You guys need to be warming up.
All right, that was a good lift for William. Up next, we have Christopher Nye at 135, 135. On deck, Garrison Cobb in the hole, Grant Heller.
I want to be done by 2, whether it's done, we're done here or not. I mean, is that okay with you? I'm going to tell Dana that. What the sky is, I can't see. Can you see?
All right, that was a good lift by Christopher. Nice job. Up next, we have Garrison Cobb at 137.5. 137.5. On deck, Grant Heller. In the hole, Jeremy Layport.
Hey, Paul. That guy in the red shirt, I can't see the scoreboard. Yeah.
I could not see what that score was. There's people in the way. That was not a good lift. Okay. Up next, we have Grant Heller at 145, 140. In the hole, Brandon Andrade. Yeah, or higher. You don't tell us if you want it to be higher. Okay, well, tell us anyways. It just makes our life easier. It just, again, it makes our life easier if you just tell us. Okay. Great lift by Grant. Nice job. Up next, Jeremy Layport at 160. 160. On deck, Brandon Andrade. In the hole, Ron Hess. Brandon's going to be starting our second attempts of bench.
Just to let you know, we have to leave at 3. Andrew and I do, so. I said we have to leave at 3. That's what I told my sister that we pick up our daughter.
All right.
And it's 12:40 something. So I know. I'm sorry. I don't have childcare except my sister.
Right.
She was with my daughter was with her all day yesterday. While we were
Should
there.
have brought her here.
No.
We babysit kids before.
I would not be up here. I actually bring her to the gym to work out.
And that was not a good lift by Jeremy. Up next, Brandon Andrade. This is our second attempts now at 102.5, 102.5. On deck, Ron Hess. In the hole, Gordon Groves.
Andrew, you got that second attempt?
Okay. You two have to leave at 3.
We're going to be leaving at 3. So
It should go quick once we start it up. The problem is, flight to deadlift is so you gotta slow it down. That's not gonna get chance.
when flight 4 starts, can you start flight 1 of deadlift?
They're warming up now, and they're gonna tell me when they're ready to go, we'll start.
And that pacing will be okay?
Well, we'll probably have to slow that platform down a little bit. Bench is taking longer than usual. see what happens. I didn't have any Iron Man or a lot of pro people.
I don't know. You'd have to come over here and ask. Just come around so you can ask her.
Yeah, so.
And not quite, Brandon. Pink didn't help you out that time. All right, up next we've got Ron Hassett, same weight, 102.5. On deck we have Gordon Groves in the hole, Charles Staley.
Do you want one of them to do the mic? You want one of them to do the mic? Sorry about the confusion earlier. I don't know what happened.
And that was a good lift by Ron. Nice job. Up next, we have Gordon Groves. We're going to go to 105. On deck, Charles Staley. In the hole, Josh Felix. And that was a good bench by Gordon. Nice job. Up next, Charles Staley at 115. On deck, Josh Felix. In the hole, Dirk McGomber.
So, like this guy's 147, he'll be first. Second, so you do those to the announcer in order. And they do this attempt, he's going to give it back to you, and then you do order second place.
Charles Staley at 115.
Right.
In the hole, Dirk McGomber.
Oh, coach. 107.5. Oh, you're right.
And that was a good lift by Charles. Up next, Josh Felix at 122.5. On deck, Dirk McGomber. In the hole, William Stoltz. We've got lovely ladies up there at the snack bar waiting for you to buy some food.
They're doing bench. They're warming up for deadlift. I think as soon as they're done with the third flight here, they're going to start the first flight of deadlift. Yeah, that's how it's in order. Sorry, yes, it's in order of deadlift. It should already be in order.
And that was a good lift by Josh. Nice job. Up next, we have Dirk McGomber at 125. Deck, William Stoltz. In the hole, William Delani.
Yeah. You're just when he. Do you need him to organize it or it's done? Oh, okay, so yeah, when it starts, you'll just give me the first, second, and third, and then when you're done with the first, you just circle if they did it, scratch out if they didn't. They're going to tell you their second attempt, and you just keep the order going. It's not hard. If you get stuck, I can help you.
And the judges did not take that lift. Up next, we're going to keep the bar the same at 125. We have William Stoltz. Bar is the same. 125. On deck, William Delani. In the hole, Garrison Cobb. And that's a good lift. Nice job. Up next, we have William Delaney at 132.5 on deck. Christopher Nye. Have you done that before? Have you hit that number before? Oh, what's up? Oh. The first time you got all 3 reds, right? Yeah, and this one you got 2 reds, so maybe next time. All right, we got William up. Next will be Garrison Cobb in the hole, Christopher Nye. And that was a good lift. Nice job. Up next, Garrison Cobb at 142.5, 142.5. On deck, Christopher Nye. In the hole, Grant Heller. $142.5. Is it Deloney? Deloney, okay. I'm sorry about that. All right, we got Garrison Cobb going for 142.5. And that was a good lift. Nice job. Up next, Christopher Nye at 145, 145. On deck, Grant Heller. In the hole, Jeremy Layport. We've got 3 lifters before we start our 3rd attempt. It's a real hard job, right? And that was a good lift by Christopher Nye. Nice job. Up next, Grant Heller at 157.5. 157.5. On deck, Jeremy Layport. In the hole, Brandon Andrade. Brandon's going to be starting our 3rd attempts. I wonder if they could start the first round of deadlifts while these guys are in their 3rd attempts. That's Paul. Where is he? Do you see Paul? Do you see Paul? And the judges like that. Nice job, Grant. Up next, we have Jeremy Layport at 170. 170. On deck, Brandon Andrade, who is starting. In the hole, Ron Hetz. Yeah, if you don't mind, I just want to ask him about the
he's right there. He's coming. Paul? Because we're about to start the third attempt.
Yeah. Loaders, spotters, judges to platform 1.
All right, I need loaders, spotters, and judges to platform 1. We're going to get ready for the first flight of deadlifts. Loaders, spotters, and judges to platform 1 for deadlifts, please. We need 170, 170. When we're ready for deadlifts, Richard Hogan, you're going to be up first.
You want to go ahead and do 1, 2, 3 for me? What's up? For Richard? Oh, he's right. Let this guy go first and then I'll say.
That was a good lift by Jeremy Laporte. Nice job. Up next, we have Brandon Andrade at 102.5, 102.5. For Richard Hogan on deadlift, we're going to load the bar at 147.5. Or not? For Brandon Andrade, we are doing 102.5, 102.5. Loaders for deadlift, when you're ready, it's 147.5. Deadlift bar is 147.5, 147.5. Aaron Maddox in the hole, Dan Gomez. That's for first flight of deadlift.
You're going to be up, Richard. What are you looking for?
And that was a good lift for Brandon. Nice job. Up next, we have Ron Hess at 107.5. 107.5. On deck for bench, Gordon Groves. In the hole, Charles Staley.
We have another announcement.
Okay, lifters, if you were in the second flight of squat, you'll be in the second flight of dead. I haven't got those out yet, but I'm working on it now. So if you squatted in the second flight, you will be in the second deadlift flight. So start warming up.
All right, we've got Richard Hogan up for deadlift. Ron Hess up for bench. And that was a good lift for Richard. Nice job. Up next for deadlift, we have Aaron Maddox at 150, 150. And that was an unsuccessful lift for Ron. Up next for bench, Gordon Groves at 110, 110. On deck, Charles Staley for bench. In the hole, Dirk McOmber.
I circled it already. I circled it.
We have Aaron Maddox up for deadlift at 150. On deck, Dan Gomez. In the hole, Michael Morales.
There we go!
And that was a great lift by Aaron. Nice job. Up next for deadlift, we have Dan Gomez at 170, 170. On deck for deadlift, we have Michael Morales. In the hole, Ryan Iger. That was a good bench for Gordon Groves. Nice job. Up next, we have Charles Staley for bench at 117.5. 117.5. On deck, Dirk McOmber. In the hole, Josh Felix. That's for bench. Up for deadlift is Dan Gomez at 170. We need Charles Staley up to the bench, please. And that was a good lift for Dan. Nice job. Up next, we have Michael Morales at 190. On deck, Ryan Iger. In the hole, Joel Garcia. And that was a good lift for Charles. Nice job. Up next, Dirk McOmber at 125. 125. On deck, Josh Felix. In the hole, William Schultz. Are you doing deadlift? Come here. Sally. Duh. That's my personality. So what I found easier is that as I gave you second chance, just get it in order.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, perfect. Then I don't need to tell. I'm just circling or slashing. I figure that's making it for you. And that was a good deadlift for Michael. Nice job. And a great lift for Dirk. Yay, he got that number finally. All right, up next for deadlift, we have Ryan Iger at 197.5. 197.5. On deck for deadlift, we have Joel Garcia. In the hole, David Calivas. Up next for bench, we have Josh Felix at 127.5. 127.5. On deck, William Stoltz. In the hole, William Loney. That whole stack. I'm trying.
Can I help you? What's the problem, Judge? What's the problem? What? They can't see.
And that was a great deadlift by Ryan. Nice job. Up next for deadlift, we have Joel Garcia at 202.5. 202.5. That was a miss for Josh Felix. Up next for bench, we have William Stoltz at 135. 135. On deck for bench, we have William Deloney. In the hole, Garrison Cobb. We are at 135 for bench. Up now for deadlift, Joel Garcia at 202.5. On deck, David Calivas. In the hole, Trey Ross. And that was a great deadlift by Joel Garcia. Nice job. Up next for deadlift, we have David Calivas at 205. 205. On deck, Trey Ross. In the hole, Jeremy Travis. That 137.5. You got to move out of the way. 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 137.5. On deck, Garrison Cobb. In the hole, Christopher Nye.
Sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you. They just you give them hand gestures. What are you looking for? Just a hint. There's a pink paper right there. Pink paper. That's the table. Yellow.
All right, we need David Calivas up for deadlift. And that was a nice attempt by William. You didn't quite get it that time. All right, up next we have Garrison Cobb at 147.5. 147.5. On deck, Christopher Nye. In the hole, Grant Heller. And David did not get that attempt for his deadlift. Up next, we have Trey Ross at 215, 215. On deck for deadlift, Jeremy Travis. In the hole, Brenton Varner.
Yeah, they gave me a second, and I'm organizing my weight.
And that was an unsuccessful lift for Garrison. Up next, we have Christopher Nye. He's going to be benching at 155, 155. On deck for bench, Grant Haller. In the hole, Jeremy Layport. That was a good lift for Trey. Nice job, Trey. Up next, we're going to keep the bar the same at 215 for Jeremy Travis. On deck, Brenton Varner. In the hole, Paul Leonard. That's for deadlift. And that was a good deadlift for Jeremy. Nice job, Jeremy. Up next, we're going to have Brenton Varner at 240, 240. On deck, Paul Leonard. In the hole. In the hole.
I don't know, that's it.
Then you start reorganizing.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay, well, nobody's going to do 155.
In the hole, Aaron Maddox.
They're not going to give you 155.
All right, that was an unsuccessful lift from Christopher. Up next, we have Grant Heller at 162.5. 162.5. On deck, Jeremy Layport. And Gene Lawrence is going to be the start of Flight 4. So Flight 4 should be ready to go for bench. 162.5. 162.5.
Okay.
And that looked really easy, Brenton. Nice job. Up next for deadlift, we have Paul Leonard at 255. 255.
I'll slow it down. Okay.
So on bench, we have Grant Heller at 162.5. Jeremy Layport's going to finish up the third flight of bench. And then Gene Lawrence will start our fourth flight. That was a good bench by Grant. Nice job.
Just completed with how much?
Don't ask me questions because I'm not paying attention to numbers. Up next for bench, we have Jeremy Layport at 180. 180.
You need to take this from. Oh, I have it right here in my hand. Sorry.
How much is it up? What I just did, it's 240.
And that was a good lift for Paul. Nice job. All right, up next we have Aaron Maddox at 155. We are starting the second attempt of Flight 1 of deadlifts. 155 for Aaron Maddox. Sorry. On deck is Richard Hogan. In the hole, Dan Gomez. Up on bench. Gene Lawrence, be ready to go. And that was a good lift for Jeremy. Nice job. All right, we are now in the fourth flight of bench with Gene Lawrence at 92.5. 92.5. On deck for bench is John Wright. In the hole is Zachary Kim. We're getting ready for Aaron Maddox for deadlift.
good. So that's I got them all right.
Yeah. Yes.
What a great lift by Aaron. Nice job. Up next on deadlift, we have Richard Hogan at 157.5. 157.5. Gene was successful in his bench. Nice job, Gene. Up next, we have John Wright at 112.5. 112.5. That looked like a 7. And I'm like, that's not. No, because it's not in order. You know what? Can I have John? Hold on just a second for bench. John, can you come up here? We can't see if it's a 1 or a 2. And I want to make sure I get it right. That was a good deadlift for Richard. Nice job, Richard. Up next for deadlift, we have Dan Gomez. 182.5. 182.5. Can you check for us? Sorry. I just can't read it. Give us a second on bench. Sorry, guys. Dan Gomez is up for deadlift at 182.5. On deck, Michael Morales. In the hole, David Kalivas. All right, we're doing 112. He is. We're doing 112.5 for bench for John Wright. Sorry about that delay. And Dan made that look easy. Nice job, Dan. Up next for deadlift, we have Michael Morales at 195. 195. On deck, David Kalivas. In the hole, Joel Garcia. That was a great bench by John. Nice job. I'm glad we got those numbers right. Up next, we have Zachary Kim at 115. 115. On deck, we have Aaron Denogram. In the hole, Mark Olea.
Okay, I announced that I am now posting Flight Deadlift.
Flight 2 deadlift will be posted here in just 1 second. Paul is heading back there to post it. Flight 2 deadlifts. That was a good deadlift by Michael. Nice job, Michael. Up next on deadlifts, we have David Kalivas at 205. 205. On deck, Joel Garcia. In the hole, Ryan Iger. And that was a good bench by Zachary. Nice job. Up next, we have Aaron Denogram at 125. 125. Tell him. Just to let you know, I have it color coordinated. You're the yellow one. See the yellow pole or the sign on the pole? Yellow. There you go. You're welcome. Now you know. And that was a good lift for David. Nice job. All right, up next for deadlift, we have Joel Garcia at 220. 220 for deadlift. For Marco Lea on bench, we're doing 125. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Aaron Denogram. He's up right now. Is he up right now? What paper did you just grab right here? I cannot see or hear you. Can someone come over here and talk to me? I don't know. Hold on. What do you say? They're both 125, so I'm just going to call some. It doesn't matter. We're going to have Aaron Denogram go up first on bench at 125, and then we'll do Marco Lea. It doesn't matter. You're both doing 125. You guys can fight it out if you want. You're both doing 125. Okay, make sure Mark stays. Let him go next, because we said that's what's going to happen. There you go. All right, and that was a good lift for Aaron. Up next, we have Mark Olea, also at 125, followed by Jacob Hammerly. Then Dave Plum. That was a good lift for Joel Garcia. Nice job. Up next, we have Ryan Iger at 222.5. 222.5. On deck for deadlift, we have Trey Ross. In the hole, Jeremy Travis. That was a good bench for Mark. Nice job. Up next, we have Jacob Hammerly. We're going to keep the bench the same at 125.
Paul, can you ask this guy to move because we can't see? This guy right here with the blue shirt.
We should have Jacob Hammerly up at 125 for bench. That was a good deadlift for Ryan Iger. Nice job. Up next for deadlift, we have Trey Ross, also at 222.5. 222.5. On deck, Jeremy Travis. In the hole, Brenton Varner.
Are you taking the next bench?
Oh, the bench is over there.
We are looking for Jacob Hammerly at 125. That was a good deadlift from Trey. Nice job, Trey. Up next on deadlift, we have Jeremy Travis at 230. 230. On deck, Brenton Varner. In the hole, Paul Leonard.
Why are we waiting for Jacob? Do you want me to announce it?
All right, we're going to hold off on Jacob Hammerly for bench for just a second. We're going to go to Dave Plum at 127.5. 127.5. Up on deadlift, we have Jeremy Travis going for 230.
Did he go? Oh, okay. So we're right with Dave Plum now. Yeah. Okay.
Just trying to keep them up on the 535.
Why is he? Oh, that's a three. Sorry, I thought that was a two.
That was a good deadlift by Jeremy. Nice job. Up next on deadlift, we have Brenton Varner at 260. 260. Deadlift, Paul Leonard. Okay. We've got a successful bench for Dave. Nice job, Dave. Up next, we have Reyes Doremi at 135. 135. On deck for bench is Rolando Verduzco. In the hole, we have Parker Young. In the hole for deadlift, we have Aaron Maddox. On deck, Paul Leonard.
Lifters, we have the first two flights of deads posted. If you're not on those first two flights, then you are definitely in the third flight, and I'll get that up as soon as I can.
All right, that was a good bench for Reyes and a good deadlift for Brenton. Nice job. Up next for bench, we have Rolando Verduzco at 137.5. 137.5. On deck for bench, Parker Young. In the hole, John Pena. For deadlift, we have Paul Leonard at 272.5. On deck, Aaron Maddox. Aaron is going to be starting our third attempts for deadlift. And in the hole, Richard Hogan. And that was a miss attempt. Up next, Parker Young at 142.5. 142.5. On deck for bench, John Pena. In the hole, Jacob Dameron.
Deadlift bench. Everybody strong.
That was a good deadlift by Paul. Nice job, Paul. Up next for our third attempt, we've got Aaron Maddox at 157. Parker made his bench. Nice job, Parker. We've got John Pena up for bench at 145. 145. On deck for bench, we have Jacob Dameron. And in the hole, we have Gene Lawrence. Gene's going to start the second attempts for the fourth flight of bench. We're going to have Aaron Maddox lift here for deadlifts in just a second at 157.5. On deck, Richard Hogan. In the hole, Dan Gamez. That's for deadlift. Aaron got that, no problem. Nice job, Aaron. All right, up next, we have Richard Hogan at 162.5 for deadlift, 162.5. On deck, Dan Gamez. In the hole, Michael Morales. Have I been giving you the third one? That was... Up next, we have Jacob Dameron at 160. 160. On deck for bench, we have Gene Lawrence. And in the hole, we have John Wright. Paul Leonard, we need your third attempt, please. Is that you? Okay, we just want to make sure. There's a chart conversion right up on the wall. Did you do that? Did you go? Hey, Rick, did you just go? You made it? All right, nice job. We have Dan Gamez at 200, 200. Up next after Dan is Michael Morales and then David Calivas. That was a good bench for Jacob. Nice job, Jacob. We're going to start our second attempts of bench with Gene Lawrence at 97.5. 97.5. 97.5. On deck for bench, John Wright. In the hole, Zachary Kim. I'm going to have you start circling this because I'm getting too confused.
What?
Just start circling it when they make it for the deadlifts because I'm not paying attention.
Last one, I'll do it.
Okay. Or just make them wave.
I'll start scoring.
Okay. I just have to pee. Where did Paul goes up? And Gene did a great job with that bench. Nice job, Gene. Up next for bench, we have John Wright at 115, 115. On deck, Zachary Kim. In the hole, Darren Denigram. That was a great deadlift for Dan. Nice job, Dan. Up next for deadlifts, we have Michael Morales at 205, 205. On deck, we have David Calivas. In the hole, Trey Ross. Nobody in between them? There's nobody in between those two numbers?
I have Gene Lawrence. My third attempt.
Here, just wait here. That was a good bench by John. Nice job. Up next for bench, we have Zachary Kim at 125. 125. That was an unsuccessful attempt by Michael. Up next for deadlift, David Calivas at 215. 215. On deck, Trey Ross. In the hole, Joel Garcia. Up now we have Zachary at 125 for bench. On deck, Aaron Denigram in the hole, Jacob Hammerly. That's for bench.
When Paul comes back, stop me.
You'd have to do 110. And that was an unsuccessful deadlift by David. Did the bench go? I did not see the bench. No, okay. Up next for deadlift, we have Trey Ross at 227.5. You need to stand real quick. After Trey, for deadlift, we have Joel Garcia in the hole, Ryan Iger. I need to see. And that was Zachary. Nice job, Zach. That should have been Zachary. Up next, we have Aaron Denigram at 135. 135. On deck, Jacob Hammerly in the hole, Dave Plum. 135. Can you take over? I want to go. I need to go back.
Let me tell them next.
Come on!
And he worked for that deadlift. Nice job, Trey. Up next on deadlift, we have Joel Garcia at 232. 232. We're working quickly through the first flight. Or, honey, we're on this first flight of deadlift, right? Oh, it's just I'm getting confused too. We should have 232. 232. We're in the first flight, right? Not the second one. Okay, I'm just making sure. Okay, go.
$232.5. Well, he's. Okay, Joel Garcia up on platform 1. 232.5. Successful lift for Aaron. Bar stays the same for the next lifter, 135 for Jacob Hammerly. Jacob out of Casa Grande, Arizona. Did you get that already?
Yeah, I'll score it.
No, he didn't do it yet.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
Come on, Jewel.
Successful bench for Jacob.
Okay, bar stays the same for our next lifter on the bench. For Dave Plum, 135. Stays the same. Nice pull for Joel. Move the bar to 235. 235 on the deadlift platform. 235. Lift is successful for Dave. Move the bar to 137.5 there, Tim. 135 or 137.5. 137.5. Huh? Ryan is up now. Jeremy, you're on deck. Brenton, you're in the hole. Ryan, Jeremy, and Brenton. On the bench platform, it's going to be Mark, Reyes, and Rolando. He's out of here. Hey, Jim, he's out of here. Okay, next up on the platform, 42.5. Yes. Mark is up. Mark Olea. Mark Olea. Okay. Don't ever do that again. Okay. We got kids in here and families. Okay. Next weight, 242.5 for Jeremy. Brenton, you're on deck. Paul, you're in the hole.
Are you okay if I take a break for a little bit? My voice is coming. Are you okay if I take a break? Give me like 5 minutes.
Okay. It's all right. I've been there.
Dave Plum.
Mark is up at 137.5. Marcus. Mark. Mark Olea. Okay. Okay. That's right. Okay, 142.5. Reyes. Rolando, you're on deck. In the hole. You're in the hole. Deadlift platform should be Jeremy, Brenton, and Paul. You're almost done. And the lift is good for Brenton at 275. Okay, I'm sorry, for Jeremy. Move the bar to 275 for Brenton. Paul, you're on deck. Okay, are those all finished? Okay. Give those to him. Doesn't matter. If they're done, give them to him. Rolando is up. 137.5. 137.5. Parker, you're on deck. John, you're in the hole. We're deadlifters in this flight. Okay, we're going to start on the deadlift on our second flight. First lifter of the second flight will be Gordon. So it'll be Brenton, Paul, and then Gordon in flight 2. Gordon in flight 2. Hey, Jane, Paul, do you think you can do this? Yeah, just for a little while until I put this next flight together. Oh, could you do this? Could you announce it? And the lift is good on both platforms. On the bench, move the bar to 152.5, 152.5. On the deadlift platform, we need 277.5. On the bench platform, we have Parker, John, and then Jacob. On the deadlift platform, we have Paul, Gordon, and then Dirk. Here, sit here and go ahead and announce, and I'll tell you what to say. Just till you catch it. Just till you catch it. All right. What? I don't know. I'd have to look it up. And the lift is good. Move the bar to 155 on the bench. 155. Okay, lift is unsuccessful for Paul Leonard at 277.5. Move the bar to 110. 110 for Gordon. If you haven't deadlifted yet, you're on the third flight, so start warming up. Third flight deadlift, start warming up. I know flight 3 is not posted yet, but if you haven't deadlifted yet, that's where you'll be. So you might as well count yourself on that deadlift. So I don't know the order yet, but I'll get it to you as soon as I can. Down in front, please. I can't see the platform. Thank you. Bar is ready for Gordon. And the lift is good on the bench platform. Gordon Groves, you're up. Gordon, where are you? Gordon. Huh? Oh, Groves. Yeah, you're up. Okay, bench platform 167.5, 167.5 for Jacob. Gene, you are on deck. And John, you're in the hole. Deadlift platform. Gordon, Dirk, and William Deloney. Lift is successful for Gordon. Pay attention. Move the bar to 125, 125. Yeah. Spectators and lifters, please do not walk in front of the head judge. Walk around the platform or around the crowd. And the lift is good on the bench platform. Move the bar to 97.5, 97, or I'm sorry, 100. 100 kilos for Gene Lawrence, 100. 100. This starts the last round for the bench press. Last round for the bench press. What do you want?
He wants to beat the record, but he wants to know if he has to go a little bit over that or.
You can go 160.5. That's the least you can take. Yeah, 160.5.
Has anyone gone over that today, or that you know of, or you don't know?
On deadlift should be Dirk. Dirk McCumber, you're up. Dirk. Yep. Dirk McCumber, you're up. And the lift is good for Dirk. Bill Deloney, you're up next. William. Move the bar to 152.5. I can't see. And the lift was not successful for Gene. Move the bar to 168. 168. Ladies, please. Ladies, and down, please. I can't see. Okay, on the deadlift, we have William, Brandon, and Charles. On the bench press, it's John, Zachary, and Aaron. Bar should be at 117.5 on the bench press. 117.5. Zachary, you're on deck. Bill, where are you? What? Bill Deloney. What? No, he was there. Yeah, he lifted. He got his lift.
I want to try and.
Bill, you're up. You're up. Where were you listed? Flight 3? All right. I'll put you in flight 3. Next on the deadlift platform. I'll put you in flight 3. Can you go now or you want to wait? Yep. He's coming. All right, on the bench platform. 132.5, 132.5. See, that's why I don't do good in this position, because I end up asking everybody, answering those questions. Bill's coming up on the deadlift platform. So Bill, Brandon, and Charles on deadlift. Bill, Brandon, and Charles. And good lift. We're on the second flight now. Yeah. Okay, on the deadlift platform, we need 165. On the bench platform, 212.5, 212.5, or I'm sorry, 137.5. 137.5 for Aaron. Dave, you're on deck. What is the record? What is it?
290. 290.
Okay.
I want to.
What was your last lift?
606. Well, it was 275. Sorry.
Normally I don't allow more than 10 pounds on the deadlift, but go ahead, I'll let him try it.
What? How much above do I have to go?
Half kilo. You got to go 290. Was it 295? Whatever it is. Then you got to go 290.5.
Are his socks long enough?
No.
He just deadlifted.
Okay, don't worry. All right. Next on the bench platform, 137.5. Hey Joe, those socks are not legal. 137.5 for Dave Plummer. 137.5. On the deadlift platform, we need 102.5. 102.5 for Brandon. Oh, Brandon already lifted, didn't he? I'm sorry. I need 182.5 for Charles. 182.5. You got to keep up.
Dave Plum, 137.
You get it? 137.5. Dave Plum. Guys, listen up. I'm giving you on decks, so you should know where you're at. Jacob, you're on deck. Reyes, you're in the hole. Dave, Jacob, and Reyes. Pay attention over there, guys. On the deadlift, it goes Charles, Ron, and Josh. Charles, Ron, and Josh. And the lift is no good for Dave. Jacob, you're up next. 140. 140. Reyes, you are on deck. Mark, you're in the hole. Rolando, you are 4 out on the bench. Successful lift for Charles. No, he'll be at the end of this flight. Yes. I don't know. He's got it right there. Okay, on the deadlift platform, let's move the bar to 192.5. 192.5. Okay, move the bar on the bench platform to 145. 145 for Reyes. Mark, you're on deck. Rolando, you're in the hole.
Who's lifting for deadlifts?
Ron Hess, you're up. Josh Felix, you're on deck. Christopher Nye in the hole. And the lift is good. Move the bar to 192.5. Same weight, 192.5. Okay, successful lift on the bench. Move the bar to 147.5, 147.5. How many more we got? What's the announcer's name? Josh Felix, you are up. Josh Felix, you are up. There he is. Okay, Christopher, you're on deck. William, you're in the hole. And the lift is no good. What's up? The weight for Josh Felix should be 192.5. On the bench, Rolando is up with 147.5, 147.5. He's doing it now. Okay, he got it. Okay, deadlift. Move the bar to 215, 215. Yeah, I need to start doing this next flight. That's the last flight. These guys are chomping at the bit. They want to know what order they're in.
What time is it?
It's I'll try to get this
That
done.
is for another hour 15. It's booked 45 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, that was a good bench. Up next, we got Parker Young at 160.5, 160.5. On deck, John Pena. In the hole, Jacob Dameron. Dameron. Can't say his name. I don't know. And that was a good deadlift by Christopher Nye. All right, up next for deadlifts, we have William Stoltz at 225. 225. On deck, Jeremy Laport. In the hole, Garrison Cobb. Totally gonna be disgusting and eat this. Breakfast burrito. I said I'm totally gonna be disgusting and eat this in front of everybody. They're up there. There's some more up there. There's pulled pork sandwiches too, and chicken, some fresh rice. And that was a miss for Parker. Up next for bench, we have John Pena at 165, 165. And that was a good deadlift for William Stoltz. Up next on deadlift, we have Jeremy Laport at 235, 235. On deck, Garrison Cobb. In the hole, Brenton Varner. Looking like he's going for a fourth attempt.
Just write it down and I can announce it. If you write it next to the number, I'll announce it.
All right, and that was a good deadlift for Jeremy. Nice job, Jeremy. Up next on deadlift, we have Garrison Cobb at 240, 240. On deck for his fourth attempt, Brenton Varner. Gonna do second attempt, starting at Gordon Groves. And that was a miss for John Pena. Up next for bench, we have Jacob Dameron at 175, 175. And is this the end of the...
Last one.
And this is the last bench. That was a good lift for Garrison Cobb. Nice job, Garrison. Up next for his fourth attempt, we have Brenton Varner at 290.5. It looks like he's going to try to beat a state record. 290.5. On deck for deadlifts, we have Gordon Groves in the hole. And that was a nice try for Jacob, but he didn't quite get it. That is the end of bench. Thank you, spotters and loaders. Nice job. Thank you, judges.
Are we just doing one deadboard platform?
Oh, what? You said there's one plate left. Oh, okay, I do too. Mary again, Natalie. What do you do?
I'm
Here.
starting Olympic lifting.
Okay, I do the barbell class, but I just work out on my own because, well, I have a 3-year-old, and Andrew goes to the barbell class. Team, I don't know what time you come.
Well, I just started. So.
Okay. Well, you should say hi. Andrew. $290.5. It's right there. Nice. All right, we are starting the second attempts of deadlift for Gordon Groves at 160, 160. On deck, Dirk McOmber. In the hole, William Deloney.
2, flight 2.
I don't know what flight this is. I don't know if this is.
We're in flight 2, but second attempt.
Are we only doing 3 flights together?
I got lights, right?
Yep, you got it. Nice job, sir.
Got that easily. Up next for deadlift, we have Dirk McOmber at 165, 165. On that was easy. Nice job, Dirk. Up next, we have William Deloney at 165 as well, so keep the bar the same, please. On deck, Brandon Andrade. In the hole, Ron Hess. And that was a nice try for William. Up next, we have Brandon Andrade at 177.5, 177.5. On deck, Ron Hess. In the hole, Josh Felix.
Didn't get anything?
Deadlift's right here.
They're working on it.
Sorry. It's so hot in here.
As I was pulling my pants up,
Easy peasy. Nice job. Up next, we have Ron Hess at 202.5, 202.5. On deck, Josh Felix. In the hole, Charles Staley.
there only, Paul, are there I'll call him after this. I'll call him after this lifter.
Great job, Ron. Up next, we have Josh Felix at 207.5, 207.5. And we need William Deloney up here to give us his third attempt, please.
Let's see, you have no shame either. When it comes to free food, I shove it in. He's used to this.
A great $32. That was a great lift. Nice job, Charles. Up next, we have Christopher Nye at 240, 240. On deck, we have William Stoltz. In the hole, Jeremy Layport.
Nice job. Was that? Did we have another number?
No. Who was that? Charles? Stacy? They got 230.
Does anyone want to go again?
It is a fun. 230.
That was a great lift by Christopher Nye. Nice job. Up next, we have William Stoltz at 245. Looks like this is going for a state record at 245. On deck, we have Jeremy Layport. And that is a new state record. Nice job, William. Up next, we're going to keep the bar the same at 245 for Jeremy Layport. On deck, Garrison Cobb. In the hole, William Deloney. He's going to be the start of our third attempt. So flight 3, you should be warming up. Excellent job at 245. Nice job, Jeremy. Up next, we have Garrison Cobb at 252.5, 252.5. On deck, William Deloney. In the hole, Garrison Groves, from Gordon Groves.
always going to transition in. If you let her sit here and tell her what to kind of get her going, all you got to do is kind of like get her, just kind of tell her what to say.
I think Danny said he was going to ask Susan.
No, right here.
No. I think Danny said he was going to ask Susan and Jen to come over.
That's okay. She's good at it.
That was a great lift. Nice job, Garrison. Up next, we have William Deloney at 165. This is the start of our third attempts.
Change it up there.
165 for William Deloney. On deck, Gordon Groves. In the hole, Brandon Andrade.
She's done this before. She just needs to kind of like, you got to get her going.
Just hang out right here. It'll be easy since there's only one thing. This guy right here in the black.
So we're going to scratch that 165 at 172.5, 172.5. On deck, Brandon Andrade. In the hole, Dirk McComber.
I'm sweating like crazy. I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt. Yeah, that was smart, right? She's just hanging out here. Because when we leave at 3, she's going to take over. If we're still, I wonder if we're still.
And that was a great lift by Gordon. Nice job. Up next, we have Brandon Andrade at 182.5, 182.5. On deck, Dirk McComber. In the hole, Ron Hess. We are on our third attempts. So flight 3 of deadlift should be warming up, ready to go. Flight 3 is our last flight for deadlifts, for everything.
Go full now.
We need Brandon Andrade up here, please. Brandon Andrade.
Brandon Andrade!
Lifters, please be paying attention. Brandon Andrade. He is coming right now. Oh, guy with the pink belt. Got a name to the belt now.
Tastes even better that way.
Brandon is going for 182.5.
No, they put in the breakfast box.
I'm taking the pink belt.
All right, nice job. Pink power. Woo! All right, up next we have Dirk McComber at 185. On deck, Ryan Hess. In the hole, Josh Felix.
Half off shirts?
No, not half off.
Free shirts.
Half off breakfast burritos and
Half off.
and then maybe just make half off shirts.
I'll do it after dinner. They're delicious. I will vouch for the burrito.
And he did not get that lift. Up next, we have Ron Hess at 210. 210 for Ron Hess. On deck, Josh Felix. In the hole, Christopher Nye. I just want to let you know we have half off breakfast burritos, half off sandwiches. I can vouch for those breakfast burritos. They were quite tasty. Natalie can up here as well. Also, there are t-shirts for sale still. Jackie knows the breakfast burritos are good. Jackie's over there by the door, by the T-shirts. Now she's hiding. Courtney would be happy to sell you some breakfast burritos. If you don't eat them, I will. Ron Hess is going up for 210. And that was a nice try for Ron. Up next, we have Josh Felix at 217.5, 217.5. On deck, we have Christopher Nye. In the hole, William Schultz. Are these the last two for this one? We've got 5 lifters before we start the last flight of deadlifts, so make sure you're ready to go. I don't think I need to eat again, but I probably will. That was a beautiful lift. Nice job. Up next, we have Christopher Nye at 245, 245. On deck, William Stoltz. In the hole, Jeremy Lateport. 4 lifters until we start the last flight of deadlifts. He didn't go. Was Charles Stately the one?
Oh yeah, he didn't do a third one.
That was a nice try for Christopher Nye. Up next, we have William Stoltz at 257.5, 257.5. On deck, Jeremy Lateport. In the hole, Garrison Cobb. Garrison's going to end the second flight of deadlifts. Third flight, be ready to go. Nice job, William. That was a good lift. Up next, we have Jeremy Lateport at 260, 260. This looks like it would be beating a California state record. On deck, Garrison Cobb. What is this? What is this?
130, first guy, the third flight. Deadlift.
I'm sorry. Okay, got it. And then Gene Lawrence is going to be in the hole starting the third flight of deadlifts. I got confused because I thought he was part of this. I'm like, why isn't he gone? Excellent job by Jeremy. Up next, last person for second flight of squats, we have Garrison Cobb at 265, 265. On deck, We have Jean Lawrence. Jean, you are starting the last flight of deadlifts. In the hole is John Wright.
That's what he's doing right now. That's what he's doing right now.
That was a nice try for Garrison. $130,130.
Well, it depends what it is. What is it? What do you want to do? Hurry up.
On deck, John Wright in the hole.
What are you going to do? Jacob. Jacob.
In the hole, we have Zachary Kim.
Yeah, I just didn't know where he was in here.
And that looked like a warm-up. Nice job. Up next, we have John Wright at 160,160. On deck, Zachary Kim. In the hole, Marco Lea.
Did you have the bar going here? I don't know if that works.
John, you got this. I win.
I think the Mohawk gave him some power. Nice job, John. Up next, we have Zachary Kim at 175,175. On deck, Marco Lea. In the hole, Reyes Do Re Mi.
Thank you.
It was your mom saying gave you powers. I could tell. You were good. Nope. You were clean. You were like that guy. Just hold it right up.
Nice job, Zachary. Up next, we have Marco Lea, 182.5, 182.5. On deck, Reyes Do Re Mi. And in the hole, we have Parker Young. All right, I cannot see because there's people in the way, but I'm going to assume by the clapping that was a good lift. Thank you. All right, up next, we've got Reyes Do Re Mi at 177.5, 177.5. On deck, we have Parker Young. In the hole, we have Dave Plum.
This is it. Thank you. She wasted meat. Wasted.
Excellent job, Reyes. Nice lift. Up next, we have Parker Young at 190, 190. On deck, Dave Plum. In the hole, Aaron Denegra. Graham.
I did not. What do they have? Small, the smallest? Okay. Small. Is that small? Give him extra small.
That was a great lift, Parker. Nice job. Up next, we have Dave Plum at 202.5, 202.5. On deck, Andrew Denegram. In the hole, John Pena. Don't forget about all that food up there at the snack bar. You know you want some.
I just quit my job as a math teacher to stay home with my daughter. And the biggest reason, besides me liking math, I want to be a math teacher. Is all math teachers I ever knew were boring. I'm like, I can't. We need non-boring people.
That was a great lift, Dave. Nice job. Up next, we have Aaron Denegram at 212.5. 212.5. On deck, John Pena. In the hole, Rolando Verduzco.
I can't talk anymore. Thank you. Oh, that's all I own at this point. Finish putting my purse. 100%
We might make it close.
I think we'll be okay.
And that was a nice try for Aaron. Up next, we have John Pena at 217.5, 217.5. On deck, Rolando Verduzco. In the hole, Jacob Dameron.
Aaron?
You want practice? What? It doesn't matter. I'm fine. Okay. I mean, I'm fine. Unless you have some burning desire to do it. No, you're fine.
He was in this last.
Aaron,
He was in the right? He climbed it from the
I'll check it if I have to.
Okay, so I'm just gonna. You might text me right back. So
All right, that was a good lift. Nice job, John. Up next, we have Rolando Verduzco at 225, 225. On deck, we have Jacob Dameron. Jacob from the gym. In the hole, Jacob Hammerly.
No, it will be after. You need John. We got 3 lifters. I think. I'm assuming those are all up on. I don't know. I have to look yet.
That was a good. Up next, we have Jacob Dameron at 237.5, 237.5. On deck, Jacob Hammerly. In the hole, Gene Lawrence. Gene's going to start the second attempts. And that was a good lift for Jacob. Nice job. Up next, we have Jacob Hammerly at 265, 265. On deck, starting the second attempt, Gene Lawrence. In the hole, John Wright. Jacob, tell me how to say your last name. I like Dameron. Okay. Every time I say it, I'm like. Dameron, that's him. Well, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm saying it right. I don't know if the enunciation's different or. That was a really nice lift. Up next, starting our second attempts, we have Gene Lawrence at 145, 145. On deck, John Wright. In the hole, Reyes Do Re Mi. And that was a nice try for Gene. Up next, we have John Wright at 172.5, 172.5. On deck, Reyes Do Re Mi. In the hole, Zachary Kim. So we'll. He's really happy about that lift. Nice job. Up next, we have Reyes Do Re Mi at 187.5, 187.5. On deck, Zachary Kim. In the hole, Marco Lea.
You only had a problem at the start. Yeah. Just the beginning. So just
think about it.
what's your reason for the next one?
I mean,
You did 130.
you can take a few minutes to think about it.
Or you want to do 175?
Let him think about it.
Nice job, Reyes. That was a really good lift. Up next, we have Zachary Kim at 192.5. 192.5. On deck, Marco Lea. In the hole, Parker Young. And that looked a little too easy. Nice job. Up next, we have Marco Lea at 197.5. 197.5. On deck, Parker Young. In the hole, Dave Plum.
So if I ran this, I would have a projector to project the name and the weight, and then I would have the next two underneath, and then I would just be adding the name so they can see the name. I would go crazy.
Sure.
Just figured it's easier for us to see which is which.
Nice job, Mark. Up next, we have Parker Young at 205. 205. On deck, Dave Plum. In the hole, Aaron Denogram.
Oh no, we're just spaced out.
That was a great lift. Nice job. Up next, we have Dave Plum at 220. 220. On deck, Aaron Denogram. In the hole, John Pena. What a good lift. Nice job, Dave. Up next, we have Aaron Denogram at 220. 220. So keep the bar the same. On deck, John Pena. In the hole, Rolando Verduzco.
You didn't get this?
No.
Just like weird.
He made that look good. Nice job. Up next, John Pena at 227.5. 227.5. On deck, Rolando Verduzco. In the hole, Jacob Dameron.
The second time around. I know, as soon as they said it, I was like, no. If I think how bad
Yeah, it's like it's a thing.
I'll get it on the next one. Oh, lovely.
we stood up.
But I have
Oh, don't put yourself down. I'll see you.
I have to just say it. I forgot to see God.
You've got a lot on your mind.
But I have it.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Very nice. Five, 235. On deck, Jacob Dameron.
Nice. Good job, Mary. Good job.
In the hole, we're going to have John Wright start the third attempt.
Do you like the enunciation on that?
I need to reverse it for me, and apparently he said.
And that was a nice try for Rolando. Up next, we have Jacob Dameron at 245, 245. On deck, John Wright. John's going to be starting the third attempt. In the hole, we have Reyes Do Re Mi.
I think we'll be able. We can stay till we're finished. We should be done at 3.
Oh, yeah. But I think that's the earliest we've ever finished on a Sunday. We're staying if we go back tonight.
Where are you from?
4 hours.
And that was a good lift. Nice job, Jacob. Up next, starting our third attempt, John Wright at 175, 175. This is the last round, guys. Look, he's pumped. He's ready to go. Maybe we should clap for him. Come on. He's ready. Look at that. His mom would be proud. Nice job, John. All right, up next we have Reyes Do Re Mi at 195, 195. Does Reyes need a little cheering? No?
Can you actually remove that from the? Can you remove it from that?
All right, Reyes. That looked like a warm-up. Nice job. Up next, we have Zachary Kim at 205, 205. On deck, Mark Olea. In the hole, Parker Young. We've got 6 lifters left.
I have the motivation. So,
And that mustache must have helped. Nice job. Up next, we have Mark Olea at 212.5, 212.5. On deck, Parker Young. In the hole, Dave Plum.
this guy, he didn't come.
I don't know if he's going to do it. That was a nice job, Mark. All right, up next, we have Parker Young at 222.5, 222.5. On deck, Dave Plum. In the hole, Aaron Denigram. Rolando Verduzco, can you come up to the table, please? Rolando Verduzco.
He failed his last one.
Is that him?
Yeah, man, you didn't give me a third lift.
You got to give him a third lift. What do you want to do? 235? Just tell us because it makes it easier. And that was a nice try for Parker. All right, up next we have Dave Plum at 230, 230. On deck, Rolando Verduzco. In the hole, Aaron Denigram. We have 4 lifters left. Nothing to do with weightlifting. I know, but they're cool. What a great lift. Nice job, Dave. All right, so for the last 3 lifters, the bar is going to be the same at 235. This is for Rolando Verduzco. The last 3 lifters are all 235. Rolando Verduzco up. On deck, Aaron Denigram. In the hole, John Pena. John Pena is going to be our last lifter. And that was a nice try for Rolando. Up next, Aaron Denigram. We're keeping the weight the same at 235. And that was a nice try for Aaron. All right, last lifter, John Pena. We're going to keep it at 235. Last guy of the day. Let's cheer him on. What a great lift. Thank you. Good job. John was our last lifter. So I think we're going to tally up the scores and give out awards. I want to say thank you to the spotters and the plate people, loaders, and the judges. And thanks for letting me talk on the mic. It was my first time.
Okay, lifters, please go in the back and help clean up. If before I start the awards, I want the back end all cleaned up, so go back there and put everything away and help those guys do that. Give a big round of applause here to Evolution Fitness for hosting this event. and to the spotters, loaders, and all the people that helped out. As soon as we get cleaned up back there, we'll give out the awards. When you've got your award, don't leave because we also have a lot of best lifter stuff. As soon as you're set up, Sarah, we can start. Okay, we're going to start the awards now. What we're going to do first is we're going to give out the place awards. We're going to give out the place awards, and then we'll give out the best lifter stuff. Okay. We'll start out at the 165-pound class, 20 to 24. First place goes to Michael Morales. In the 198-pound class. Okay, we actually had quite a bit of competition in this class. There was 3 people in this class. And the winner with first place with a total of 1152 goes to Parker Young. Parker Young, first place. In second place in the 2024 198s, Zachary Kime. Second place. And in third place, from California, John Wright, with a total of 1014. Okay, in the 198 25 to 29, first place, with a total of 1113, Josh Felix. Thank you. In the 198, okay, in the 198 25 to 29, first place, Rolando Verduzuco. Rolando. And the 40 to 44, 198. The winner with a 1334 total goes to John Pena. Second place goes to Ryan Iger. Okay, now in the 198 Open, we actually had quite a few enters in the 198 Open. Just a second here. In first place, with a total of 1334, John Pena in the Open. Okay, in second place, with a total of 1295, Rolando. In third place, in 24, Jeremy Travis from Texas. And in fourth place, Mark Olea. Mark also gets second place for the 25 to 29. 25, 29. Okay. Any alibis out there at 198 powerlifting? All right. 220 class, 20 to 24. In first place with a total of 1262, Joel Garcia. In second place with a total of 1202, David Calavas. And in third place with a total of 997.6, Dirk McCumber. Okay, 220 open. The winner was, hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, take that back. First place was Christopher Nye with a total of 1301. Joel took second. He also won the 30 to 34 also. He gets 2 firsts, and Joel gets a second. So you got first in the age group, second in the open. That's pretty good. That's the best you've ever done. You beat like 4 people. Okay. 220, 30 to 34. Hold on now. $30 to 34 with first place with a total of 1521 goes to Jeremy Layport from California. Total of 1483 goes to Brenton Varner. Third place goes to Aaron Maddox. Okay, 242s. Or I'm sorry. 40 to 44. First place goes to Richard Hogan. $242, 20 to 24. First place, Brandon Andrade. $242, 30 to 34. First place, Dave Plum. First place, Gordon Groves. First place, 242, 65 to 69, Ron Hess. First place, 74 to 7. Okay. Gordon Groves. Okay, Gordon got first place in the 50 to 54. Gene Lawrence, first place. In the open, 242s. Hold on a minute. The winner, hold on a minute, with a total of 925 goes to Gordon Groves. Second place goes to Gene Lawrence. First place in the 275, 1819, William Stoltz. First place, 275, 25 to 29. First place, 275, 30 to 34. There's a close contest here. First place with a total of 1427 goes to Jacob Dameron. Second place in the 30 to 34, 275 goes to Jacob Hammerly. And in the 275, 45 to 49, first place, Paul Leonard. Paul also won the 275 Open and the Police Fire Military. Three first place. Paul Leonard. Paul Leonard. All right. Maybe he'll show up. Maybe he's in the bathroom or something. Okay, in the Ironman. First place in the 1819 198s, Garrison Cobb. First place, 198s in the 60 to 64, William Deloney. First place in the 70 to 74 and Open, Gene Lawrence. Gene, I don't want to see you selling all that extra stuff on eBay now. Okay, we're going to go to push-pull. Push-pull, 35 to 39, 198s. Dan Gamez. First place, 198, 40 to 44, Ahmed Shefix. Ahmed. Okay. 198. First place in the 45 to 49 and first place in the Open, Trey Ross. First place in the 55 to 59, Charles Staley. First place in the 70 to 74, Gene Lawrence. All right, let's bench only. One, first place in the 50 to 54 in the Police Fire Military, Dan Morgan. First place in the, I'm sorry, that was second place in the 50 to 54 and first place in the Police Fire Military, because first place in the 50 to 54 went to Ken Thunberg. He leave? Ken, oh no, Ken's here. He get two. One for the Open and one for the 50 to 54. Both first, yes. First place in the 242, 20 to 24, Thomas Sharp. By the way, Ken here, 50 plus years old, had a bench press of 386. at a body weight of 194. Pretty good bench. Okay, Tom Sharp, first place, 20 to 24, 242s. Everett Brill, first place, 25 to 29, and open for the 242s. There he is, all the way from New Mexico. By the way, you powerlifters, good thing he had a hurt back because he's got a hell of a total you guys made out. Okay, in the 242, 55 to 59, first place, Al. I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name because I know I'll butcher it, so. Al had a bench at 243. First place in the 275, 20 to 24. With a bench press of 3 1/4. Abdullah's Z, come on up. One of these days I'll learn how to pronounce your name. Z is all the way from Saudi Arabia via Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, learning to be a pilot out there at Embry-Riddle. 45 to 49, 275-pound class with a bench of 358. Grant Heller. Grant Heller, 358 bench. And the big bench of the day, 446, Glenn Tano from California. He had to leave early. Glenn is in the 55 to 59, weighed in at 276, benched 446. Okay, on to the curl. First place, 55 to 59, 148 female. The Montana State Chairman, Sarah Gillott. Sarah just barely missed a world record today. She'll get it next time. First place in the 50 to 54 males, 181, was Dan Morgan. Curled 121.3. First place in the 2024 242, Tom Sharp. Thomas curled 127. Tom, you here? Okay. First place in the 242-pound class, Everett Brill from New Mexico. Okay. 242-pound class, 55 to 59, with a curl of 121. Al. First place in the 70 to 74, 242, Mr. Lawrence. $275, 45 to 49. With a curl of 132.6 goes to Grant Heller. And the biggest curl today at 165.3 went to Glenn Tanova out of California. All right, that concludes our individual awards. What we're going to do now is go to the best lifter stuff. Okay, Chloe, show him the sword. The best coefficient in powerlifting gets this sword that costs much more than your entry fee, believe me. And this goes to the person with the highest powerlifting coefficient. And the way that works is every lifter is given a coefficient based upon their body weight. The lower the body weight, the higher the coefficient. The bigger the body weight, the lower coefficient. That coefficient is then multiplied times their overall total. The one that gets the highest total by coefficient wins. And I'm going to figure that out right now. Hold on. Hey, give me a break here. I want to make sure I give it to the right person. I gave it to the wrong person yesterday, and I had to eat crow, so. Oh, by the way, this award comes with another award. Where are you, Sarah? This also comes with the Plastic Cup Award. So. Okay, with a total of 389.37, the sword goes to Jeremy Layport out of California. Okay, Jeremy, hang out. Sarah's got to give you another. She's got to give you a cup. Best squat. Best squat. Okay, Jeremy, Sarah's back. Get your second award here. Okay, with a squat coefficient of 141.08, the nearest competitor was over 20 points away. Goes to Jeremy. Jeremy gets that as well. May have to get a dolly here for Jeremy if he keeps winning. Okay, we're going to go to best bench now. This is going to take a little longer because I got to go through all the categories. Hold on. Okay, best bench. The bench was 419 at a body weight of 190 pounds. 419, a body weight of 190. Coefficient 114.26 goes to Ahmed. .419 bench at a body weight of 190. That's a pretty good bench. Okay, best deadlift. Hold on. Best deadlift. Okay, best deadlift with a coefficient of 153.45 goes to Brenton Varner. Best deadlift. He had a 291 kilo deadlift. What's that come out to, Brenton? 39 at a body weight of 217. Good job. Okay, the best curl. Best curl. Hold on here. Okay, best curl came out of the Ironman division. with a coefficient of 4006 goes to teenager Garrison Cobb. And Garrison curled 67.5. What was that? How many pounds was that? 67.5 kilos. 148? Is that what it was? 148. Pretty good curl. Okay, team trophies. Give me 1 second. Mixed team. Best mixed team is males and females in different lifts. Goes to Protocol. First place. Okay, deadlift only team. Deadlift only team. Best deadlift only team goes to Strong First. Okay, best open power team. Best open power team goes to Power and Physique. Best mixed power team goes to our host, Tucson Barbell Club, Danny Sawaya. Okay, that concludes our ceremony. Any alibis? Did I skip anybody? Anybody owed anything? Come up and see me now. You were best high school. And just so everybody knows, best high school power team was the Matador Power Club out of Phoenix. Oh, all right. I got a couple more plastic cup awards. Hold on just 1 second. That's right. Who is the best deadlift? Jeremy, I need to, or not Jeremy, excuse me. Yeah, Jeremy Layport, I need to see you up here too. Oh no, you already took one. Never mind. Got you already. Ahmed, I need to see you up here, Ahmed. Ahmed. Ahmed, are you here? Okay.
I'll talk to you afterwards. We'll work out whatever we need to work out.
Okay. Okay, Garrison, can I see you up here? You haven't left yet, have you, Garrison? Garrison Cobb. Garrison here? Oh, there you are. I need to drug test you.